Okay, so you guys have been traveling for a few hours now. The situation in the back of a wagon has become a little less critical. Torek, yeah, Yendon, very well. Braxton, you've managed to get Titus into a position where his wounds, they're not looking like they're going to be life threatening. Um, his legs are still, the burns are really quite nasty, but with some lay on hands and a few anti caustic agents from Torek's pouch, you've managed to kind of reduce the threat. And Titus, the pain now is subsiding a little bit.
I'm gonna try and get some sleep in the back, just pass out.
So it was a tough fight, clearly, and the wounds have taken their toll. So Titus is soon kind of unconscious in the back, but Braxton and Torek, you're not too worried about that. He's kind of out of the woods, really, so it doesn't matter if he gets a bit of rest. But Havel, as you kind of lead the way up front, you realise now you're getting pretty close to eventide, and so you lead the procession on, kind of leaving the others to tend to Titus or indeed ride along with their own thoughts. And this carries on for a few hours, but as the night starts to draw in, um, you crest a ridge in the road, but before you kind of lies the kind of rest of the road to the city. You can see that the land opens out as these salt pans the city's famous for start to fill the surrounding area. But you can see, this is the markedly different city than the one you've previously visited. The kind of the peasantry who'd been working in the field in the salt pans are nowhere to be seen. Some of the pans actually look to be damaged. The kind of levees smashed in places and no longer able to hold the tide. Roll me a perception.
Or
Havel for now. Favoured terrain's advantage.
I did forget about that. So, it's going to be 20 anyway.
So Havel, even at this distance, you can kind of see in the kind of rapidly fading light. There appear to be objects floating in some of the remainingly intact salt pans. Some of these, they look to be body size and shape. Also, kind of just in the distance, you kind of catch a faint whiff of kind of wood smoke on the breeze. And although the city's not on fire at the moment, you can kind of guess that it's probably been at least partially torched fairly recently. The kind of the thinnest wisps of smoke can still be seen behind the stone walls, rising out into the evening sky.
is there? So we've come straight up to the city, but we've not passed any signs of camp.
You're not. You're still probably a mile and a half, 2 miles from the city itself. You've just kind of come into the line of sight of it now.
Or is there signs of a human kind of camp around?
Well, there's signs of camps. Definitely, there are tents pitched outside the city walls, and you can kind of see a few spots of light moving around. Definitely
Can't
looks
tell
like
if it's human or not.
Not really from this distance.
What time is it?
It's starting to go dark. We're probably talking about 7, 8 o'clock.
Well, plans? Anyone?
I don't entirely feel like staying out here is the best idea, but it's hard to know whether it's worse going down there.
Can I have a look at the camps, like from a distance, and see if my background sort of leads to any clues, whether it's a human settlement or whether it's a dwarven sort of
Roll
camp?
me a history check, please.
And that's probably not great. Let me load up in D&D and Beyond.
History, Braxton, +1.
+1, so that's a 6.
6. So, Braxton, in this light and at this range, you can't really make out any markings or distinguishing features. However, the tents are kind of arranged in a setup that, to you strongly implies military.
Could I cast Detect Magic directed at the sort of clusters of tents?
What's the range on that?
Oh, that's a good question.
It's only like 30 feet, isn't it?
I think you might be right. Yeah, 30 foot.
So no, you cannot.
Okay.
Mile and a half, 30 foot, yeah.
Yeah, interchangeable. If you're
Hop,
really
skip, and a
bad
jump.
at maths. Okay.
I mean, half could probably do it. Well, perhaps one or two of us should make our way up and take a look, see if it looks safe to approach.
I'll come up with you.
We'll try and stay out of sight, maybe.
Mhm.
Is it all open towards the city, or is there like a path?
So you guys currently are still in the woods, but it's as it kind of a road snakes down over this little bit of a hill towards the salt pans. The terrain opens up. It's been kind of cleared and artificially levied to make these salt pans, but you've got a good couple of 100 yards of wood line left.
Okay. Well, sneak a bit closer then, see if we can just see if it's safe. If it's not like a dwarf encampment, and we're not going to get shot at as soon as we approach.
Okay, so you guys leave the cart and the others and start to make your way down this road a little bit. Kind of careful to stick to the sides. And as you approach the kind of the clearing where this tree, the forest starts to kind of peter out. Triss, you are walking along, and roll me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Rot roll.
Rot row.
That's 11.
So, Triss, as you are kind of strolling down the road, kind of out of nowhere, like a pebble kind of hits you right in the side of the head. And you kind of obviously not expecting this, taken a little aback, but as you turn to kind of look around, you just hear a psst, psst. And a little bit off the road, kind of sort of hiding in the undergrowth, you kind of see the outline of a human man. He's quite well hidden, which is why you didn't really spot him at first. The kind of a majority of his torso is hidden underneath a cloak that seems to have been adorned with local foliage. But he kind of beckons for you, and Rulin. What are you doing? Get off the roads! You want to get killed?
Oh, I take it they're dwarves up ahead then. Crap.
We'll duck down and approach the bushes.
Okay, so as you kind of come to join him and get off the road, you kind of reveals a little bit more about the guy. He's probably you'd say mid-30s, but he's rocking quite a dishevelled set of facial hair now, and you can see that there are bags under his eyes that make him look much older than he really is.
Before I get too far into the bushes, can I still see where the others were?
Yeah, you weren't too far. You weren't too far away from them.
I'm gonna just tune in to whoever I can see and tell them to hide out of the way of the road before I go and speak to this guy.
Okay, so Braxton, you hear this voice in your head telling you to hide.
I proceed and just do what the voice tells me to.
Mhm.
Always listen to the voices in your head. That's how
the
I live.
approach I take. Yep.
It's yeah, it's kind of a job requirement for a paladin, isn't it? Listen to the voices.
Yeah.
But yeah, you hear this and kind of spurred into action by it. You kind of maneuver the cart a little bit off the road so that it's not sticking out like a sore thumb right in the middle. Luckily, you do have the growing darkness on your side now. It's going to be difficult for anyone to actively see it from a long distance away, especially now the silhouette isn't in the middle of a road. Beatrice and Rulin, the man, he kind of beckons you into this kind of shrub where you're a little bit secluded from the road itself and any views from the camp below. It's like, what the hell are you lot thinking? Do you not know what's going on here? It's dangerous to travel these roads, especially at night.
Well, not entirely. That's why we're here. We've only had very small amounts of information about what's going on.
As you're kind of talking to him, he starts to realise that you two are, both at least some parts elven. What are you doing up here? There's haven't been any traders coming this way for a while. Most of them have stuck well clear. You don't strike me as soldiers.
Don't know whether to be offended by that.
Did the 6-foot spear on my back not give any clues away? We're not soldiers exactly, or traders. We're here investigating what may have happened in Eventide.
Well, he kind of gestures towards the city, and well, the dwarves are what fucking happened to Eventide, murderous bastards. We probably shouldn't talk here. Me and a few others have a camp not far from here. It's a bit more safe and unlikely to be disturbed by any passing patrols.
We have friends with us, one of which is quite injured. Will we be able to get them with us as well?
Yes, we've a few injured of our own. We've been tending to them deeper into these woods. Bring him with us. We'll see what we can do.
Fantastic, thank you. I'll go and get them.
So Triss appears to the rest of you. Kind of gives you a rundown of what she's just heard. Tarek, you managed to shake Titus awake. Titus, the pain is kind of still there. The acid burns, still hurting, but you're able to walk under your own steam.
Okay. Titus picks up a big stick. It's like a walking stick.
Okay, cool.
It's
So
like it's basically a tree.
yeah, you kind of just rip a sapling out of the ground and use it as a walking stick.
Stop putting your weight on things. Do you want to roll more concrete?
Yeah, so you kind of wait for Titus to select a kind of a suitable walking stick, but he's insistent on kind of going on his own. So you guys kind of go back and rendezvous with Rulin and this man, and he kind of leads you a little bit deeper into this forest. It's kind of clear why he's leading you into this spot. The woodland here is particularly dense. Titus, with your large frame, it's it's just branches left, right, and centre that you're having to kind of duck and kind of push out of the way. But after about 10 minutes of this, he kind of emerges in a bit of a clearing in the woods, and you can see now. He wasn't misleading you about the injured. You can see what appears to be a not quite a permanent camp, but a kind of a clearing station, if you will, for what appears to be quite a few wounded men. There are tents set up around as well. It seems that whatever's happening here, there's a reasonable sized group currently residing here, and it appears that quite a few of them are sporting some quite nasty injuries. Please take a seat here, but no campfires. We don't want to draw any undue attention to ourselves. We do have a few healers, but I'm not sure what exactly they'll be able to do for your friend here. We're quite low on supplies. But tell me more about this investigation of yours. It's not many people who would willingly come to Eventide at this time.
We believe that a friend of ours was caught up in everything that happened. They were certainly supposed to be coming in this direction, and then we haven't heard from them since. And yeah, I can imagine that you know why we're concerned about that.
I do. I fear that many innocents were caught up in what happened here. It was a fast battle, and the siege that followed was short. I don't think that many got a fair warning to get out in time. And he, at this point, gestures around him to the kind of a band of what you can now see to be, soldiers of the Parthunian army. We ourselves, we only managed to regroup quite recently. Me and a few of the lads have been out gathering any stragglers that we can find. We find ourselves, we're in a bad position. We'd really like to be moving onwards and regrouping with the king's forces, but as it stands, we have men who are in no fit position to be moved. He, at this point, kind of lets out a heavy sigh. You can see that he wasn't really, cut out for the leadership role, but he seems to have had it forced upon him here.
You mentioned the king's forces. Do you know where they are currently? Whoever's left, at least.
Not really, not exactly. I think, well, that I hope that the majority of them managed to withdraw far enough into the kingdom to regroup, but the route was chaotic. It was hard to really coordinate anything or get any real idea. But I think they might have fled further into the kingdom to regroup. Me and my boys here, the ones that can fight, we've done what we can to keep these injured men safe and fed until they can regain their strength. But until they're ready to move, I'm afraid we're stuck to what little good we can do. We've managed to hit a few lone wagons and a few supply trains, but as you can see, there's not too many of us left.
Well, we have a cart. We could help maybe transport some of your wounded and get you on the move. But, well, looking around the camp, like how many, what's one cart going to do for these people?
Yeah, so your offer is kind, but probably not all too meaningful. There's probably about 30 men lying on beds with their wounds, a few more walking wounded. Seems that out of a group of maybe about 75, less than half of that are at full fighting strength. He kind of smiles at your offer though, and it's a kind offer, stranger, but I fear that you would only put yourself at risk and potentially even draw a prying eye to our location. But then you see a little kind of spark appear in his eye. But you could potentially help us in another way. We had a contact in Eventide who was supposedly going to be able to provide us with some of the medication that some of my men desperately need. He's a dwarf, you see, a merchant in the city. I managed to slip a few men into the city shortly after it fell and make contact with him. He's a dwarf, but he's a good man. He's loyal to the king. He'll help our soldiers, and he promised us a delivery of medicines as soon as he could. But that was a week ago, and we've heard nothing since. Now, a group such as yourselves might not face the same difficulty as we would of getting in. They're looking for spies of a Parthunian nation, but from your, no offense, from your heritage, shall we say, I think you might have an easier time of it.
Potentially.
We don't really have much to pay you, but we could potentially even maybe help you look for your friend. We fought in the battle, and we know where the site is. We can take you back, and you might be able to find some more information there.
It could be worthwhile for us to get into the city also. We may find some useful information we could relay back to the kingdom.
I think it'd be worth us trying.
So, what was it exactly that you did in Eventide before the battle?
Me? No, I'm not from Eventide originally. No, home for me is closer to Scarpoland Bay. But apologies, I forgot I hadn't actually introduced myself to you. Johann Purston. My title is that of Sergeant at Arms in the King's Own Yeomanry. We mustered in Bayford before marching to Eventide. We'd heard rumours of dwarven incursions. The king's men had been called to him, and we'd answered that call. But as we ventured out from Eventide, we were caught off guard. The dwarves, they came from the forests. It was an unexpected attack. We'd been told that they'd fallen back into their homeland, but well, it happened fast. We put up as good a fight as we could. The king himself led a brave countercharge into their ranks, but there were too many, and we were so disorganized. It didn't take long for our forces to rout. It was a massacre.
Well, maybe we can still help those that are left.
As I said, we would be in your debt if you can help us in getting these medications. A lot of these men, their prospects don't look all too good. I'm worried that we might lose more.
Of course. Well, I'm sure with your help, we can get into the city, and as I said, we have our own purposes here, but I'm sure we can help you with your medication at the same time.
Well, we would be in your debt, but first, let me at least tell you where you can look. Our man on the inside, as I said, he's a dwarf, and he goes by the name of Grom Coppertongue. He did have a shop. He was a cobbler before the city fell. I I think his store is still there. I'm not sure though. It's likely that he might have been spared due to the fact that he is in fact a dwarf, but you can never know with these murdering bastards. They're a ruthless bunch.
So his shop is the best place to try to begin with, you think?
It's where I'd start.
Mhm.
And the men that you sent in,
They managed to get out, but they said they had a fairly hard time going about it. It wasn't an easy thing. They disguised themselves as peasants, but even then they were still harassed and beaten quite badly by the dwarves there.
and they didn't manage to make contact with Grom at all.
They told Grom of our situation. This was a while ago. He promised to help and told us to give him a bit of time to get these supplies together. I didn't think it was worth a risk sending the men back in after last time.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a stretch of imagination to think these beatings could go too far.
No. Well, sure, at the very least, we could find this Grom and see what's happened. If we can get the medicine out of the city somehow, then well, we'll give it our best at least.
Well, it's growing late. There's no point rushing into anything now. Come, you can camp with us. We'll put you up in one of our tents. We've done okay in terms of hardware. We've managed to scavenge quite a bit, but it is just the essentials like medicine that we can't find ourselves in these wilds. But there's food prepared. Please dig in. It's fair warning though. It's military rations, so don't expect gourmet.
I'm sure we've had worse.
So Johan kind of gets up and goes to have a little check on the injured. You can see that the men clearly respect him. He's as he says, he was a sergeant at one point, which probably places him as the ranking officer in this ragtag little bunch. But despite the troubles that these men have clearly been through, you can see that at least the ones that aren't injured are still fairly resolute in their determination. It would have been fairly easy to desert from this little camp without any consequences, but it seems that quite a lot have stayed here. And whether that's through loyalty to the king or their wounded comrades, you don't really know. But there's a still surprisingly large group here. But yeah, the rations are passed out to you, and it was, as Johan said, military wear. So we're talking very salted pork, preserved clearly for long marches, and tough as old boots, but fairly nourishing, and then some hardtack biscuits to go with it. So you guys kind of tuck into that, but he leaves you to your own devices. Points towards a tent for you guys to crash in for the night.
I feel that anyone watching Torek trying to eat this like really tough food he's not liking any part of this meal.
No, it's.
I don't think they really probably care if Torek's not impressed by the spread.
No, I do. Yeah. I'm not doing it to try and get somewhere. I'm just doing it for flavor, unlike this meal.
Torek's like, God, the service around here is abominable.
Snaps his fingers in. Yeah, boy, waiter. Just yeah, it's not Torek's usual culinary scene, but You're getting it for free. Beggars can't be choosers, etc., etc.
Hmm.
A little find space and pitch the tents and whatever, I guess. Get
Yeah,
some
so there's
get the mid rolls down.
there's clearly a line of these tents been set up in fairly traditional camp layout. So you find a patch at the end of this and brush away little branches and stuff, and then set this tent up. Doesn't take you all too long. It's a fairly simple device. But yeah, by now it's starting to get late, and with no real campfires burning, a lot of the soldiers have kind of already gone to their tents. Not really much to do with the lack of light. So the ones not on watch are clearly trying to get their heads down.
So we should potentially discuss strategy as well before we go to bed of how we're going to go about
Trying not to
Yeah.
die.
getting around the city.
How familiar are we with Eventide? Have we actually been here before?
Yeah, you've been here before. This was where you caught the ship down to the Elfari
shit.
Empire. Remember?
Where we got the quest to go and investigate the little town, and it was the Wendigos and all that shit.
I remember now.
Yeah, that was in the village not far from here.
So we've been here twice, basically. We came in here, left, came back, and then left.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you're not overly familiar with it, but you will remember at least some of it.
Do we know of the cobbler's shop that was mentioned?
Unlikely the shop would have stood out to you if you weren't looking for it on the first visit, but you'll know roughly where the kind of the artisans were set up. I mean, most cities are kind of that way in that they've got a clear, artisans district, markets district, etc., etc. Like most, it's just logistically,
More
the
convenient.
most convenient way that these cities set up. Like these craftsmen often, trade with each other as well for like toolage and things like that. So it pays quite handsomely to be within a stone's throw of each other.
Okay, so we've got a vague idea of the direction.
You'd know where to start for sure. Yeah.
And are we all going in and hoping for the best? Havel being human, and Braxton as well, actually.
Braxton's half elven.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Tris is just going to peer at you really closely and go, "Oh yeah, he is."
Well,
Usually wear a
Tell
helmet
under
over
that
my
plate,
ears. So,
yeah.
I suppose that those are the options, really. We can walk through the front gates and hope we don't get harassed, or we can try and be a little bit more subtle about it and maybe find a gap over the wall somewhere.
Maybe we could
Trying.
ask for advice on how to get in.
Well, his men simply went through the front gates, but with them being human, they were harassed quite badly. So we could try the same thing, as being mostly non-human. Maybe we'd get through a little bit easier.
Disguise up Havel, make him look a little less human.
Good sport, put on fake beards.
We
If you
could.
acquire some dwarf DNA, perhaps I could craft a disguise.
That's not a bad idea.
Dwarves physiologically aren't so different from humans. Normally, I can't change the size of someone, but technically, I can't change their mass. So, that should be possible. It's just going to involve a widening of bone.
I'm just going to stare at him blankly. It's like, no.
Good idea.
Do we have anything a little bit less objectionable?
mean, Havel could always just
literally walk in the front gate.
wear a hood.
Have we got no way that we could give him some pointy ears or, I don't know, a funny colour or something? Make him shorter
Um,
or taller?
Yes.
I was like, shorter Titus does have an axe.
Oh,
well, I mean, I don't carry a prosthetics kit around with me. It's you magic wielders would be the ones to possibly do anything about it.
Hmm. I could give you an extra hand.
I mean, are we when we camp tonight? Will it be a long or a short rest?
It's pretty shit facilities out here, so it's going to be a short rest.
Okay.
Could I use minor illusion to give Havel the impression of having elven ears?
Yes, you could.
There we go. That'll do. Or it'll be a step in the right direction.
I mean, as long as he sort of keeps towards the back of the group and doesn't draw too much attention, we can do the talking to get through the gates. Honestly, Titus may be the biggest trouble. I mean, dwarves aren't exactly kind towards Goliaths either.
I could be your slave.
I wouldn't want to put that on you.
I don't like the idea, but it does have some sense to it.
Didn't know you were into that, Titus.
It would explain these scars too.
That's true.
Well, if you were a slave, we couldn't have you carrying a giant axe around. We'd have to try and disguise our weapons, maybe make it look like we're traders of some sort.
Let me haul the things. That will help with the act.
True.
I can't really think of a better option. I really don't like it, but yeah, this might be the best way of getting us all in and keeping together. I can't disguise Titus. Not as easily as Havel. Unless Torik's got something that would work better, that might be the only option we've got.
I am very low on potions. The only thing I really have left is the batteries to charge my exosuit.
Okay, then Titus poses as our slave.
Okay.
Or I dimension doors in.
Well, that's again the two options. We can go through the front door, or we can sneak our way through. But we'd have to try to avoid being caught.
We'll try the front gate option first.
Okay, so with that plan kind of hashed out, unless anybody wants to do anything else before bedtime,
I'm not sure there is much I could do. How's Titus looking, by the way?
well, Titus on a scale of 1 to 137, he's about a 34.
That's a strange scale.
So yeah, he's not on death's door, but he's definitely been better.
I don't have anything to overwrite heal them. The only thing I could really offer is restorative reagents, which is basically lesser restoration. But yeah, Torik's running out of options.
I've got a potion of greater healing. 4d4 plus 4. It's not a lot, but it's something.
I'd save those things, for when we have no other option. I can rest.
I don't know. Well, I mean, you could see how he's doing in the morning and then maybe give it to him, just because potions take a standard action. You can't really use it when you need it, which is going to be combat. So, I don't know. Make the call in the morning, I say.
Okay, well, we'll rest up and see how we are in the morning. Then.
Okay, so you guys get your heads down. So short rests for anybody who needs to burn hit die. If you've got any left, this would be the time.
Recharge my key points.
I'm aware that you guys have been a fair old way since your last long rest. So,
Could I use a couple of hit die, please?
how many do you like to use?
Literally just 2.
Just 2. Okay,
Yeah.
roll them up, and then remember your con as well. That's the one we always forget, isn't it?
I don't have any cons, so I don't
Oh,
need
that
to
makes it
remember
nice
that.
and simple then.
10.
An extra 10, so that's what, 67 by my maths.
Yep. Oh, wait, no, I had it down as 57 after that.
Yeah. So if you've added 10 to it, then 67, won't it?
No, my current health I've got down as 47. Have I missed something?
Don't argue.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 67.
When the DM has the final say, 67. That's what he said.
You've caught me in a good mood. Go on then, 67.
Oh, thanks.
Because that was what I had down anyway. So
Okay.
cool. Anybody else gonna roll?
Yeah, I used up my last 2 hit die.
Right.
Got
Okay.
two 11s.
2 11s. So ain't bad.
And you only add your con bonus to the total, right? You don't add it
It's not
per
one
die.
per dice.
So I get 27 health back.
27 health back. Okay.
Puts me at 61.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you guys wake up, relatively early the next day. Tarek, you can see that the rest has done Titus some good. The skin is starting to heal and scab. The metabolism of the Goliaths are fairly fast acting. The healing has clearly started, even if it's a long way from being fully right again. He's definitely perked up some from last night.
I would say on a scale of none to many, I am at some.
That's a good improvement.
Yep, it's better than he was. But yeah, as you guys get up, you can see that the camp is quite active. People are getting up, and you can see that some of these soldiers are still clearly on guard duty, but a few more are doffing their armor. So it's clearly their turn to get some shut eye. But as you emerge, you see Johan kind of again doing a little inspection of the wounded, kind of checking on a few of them, and patients that are conscious. He's cheering them up a little bit. Kind of gives a little hip flask to some of the more lucid ones. Lets them have a swig before moving on. But he sees you kind of emerge from your tent and kind of greets you and kind of makes his way over to you. I trust that you've slept well. It seems that you're looking a lot better than you did last night, big guy.
Yes, thank you for allowing us to rest here.
Well, I couldn't have, in good conscience, let you carry on down that road and into a very uncertain fate.
Johan, we're worried about the reception Titus will get. We speculated that we might have to have him pose as our slave. Is this correct from your experience with everything that's going on?
Well, they do like their slaves up in Nordhammer. I think that would be good a guile as anything to get you in there.
Okay.
Well, they're brutal, but they're not outright barbaric. I think with a majority elven party, they shouldn't give you as much trouble as they did my men.
Hmm.
But anyway, I must sort out the next rota of patrols. So I wish you the best of luck. We'll still be waiting here should you have any success. But may the gods go with you.
See you when we get back.
So he kind of shakes your hands as you guys make your way back. It's a bit easier going now that it's starting to get light, and you make your way back to the road where you pulled the wagon over, and it's kind of still there. The horses are clearly not that grateful that they've been left overnight, but it doesn't take long to kind of get them under control again. So now that you're starting to get a better view of what's out in front of you, you can see that Havel's first assessment was fairly correct. There's clearly been fairly extensive damage to these outlying salt plains that the city was famed for, and what really generated a lot of its livelihood. A lot of the artificial levees have been broken in places from what appears to be reasonably large scale siege weapon projectiles. And as you guys make your way further down the road and draw nearer to the city, you can see that actually in places the walls have been breached by again what you imagine to be siege weapons. But on drawing nearer, the camp itself starts to become a little more distinct, and Braxton, you see that this is definitely a dwarven encampment. Now you're up closer. The tents become much more kind of distinguishable as dwarven. Their main habit as the dwarven army tends to be they have larger but kind of shorter tents, like they're quite long. Whereas a Parthunian tent might house, say, 10 or 12 soldiers, a dwarven tent houses an entire cohort of 36. But that was obviously quite hard to really gauge from far away.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys make your way down. Havel, you kind of have your hood up, but the illusion magic that Triss has cast on you, that has given you the appearance of the pointy ears associated with the elves, so you don't draw more attention than the others do. And most of these dwarves are clearly busy going about their routine. A few of the guards kind of cast looks at you more out of boredom and curiosity than other things, but as you draw near to the city gates, you can see that over the guardhouse a kind of large banner has been draped over the walls. It's a fairly large piece, clearly designed to project that level of power or authority. But the heraldry on the front of it is an anvil and some crossed axes. Titus, roll me a history check.
The modifier on this is going to be incredible. Oh! So with my modifier of -1, that's 16.
Titus, you've seen this crest before. This was on the kind of this coat of arms, if you will, was branded into the side of a lot of the boxes that you would put your kind of finished forge work in back in your slavery days.
I know the meaning of this tattoo. These are the men who kept me.
Oh god. Okay.
So you guys come to this gatehouse that this ban is hung over, and your path is blocked. Two dwarven men at arms step into the road and kind of cross halberds to block your path. Where the fuck do you think you're going?
Well, into the city.
Oh yeah, just into the city. Hear that? Into the fucking. Well, let me put it to you this way, Knife is, unless you are best buddies with the Jarl, you're not getting into this city by his orders.
So we're not able to come in and trade. How long will this last for?
Until the Jarl says otherwise, you pointy knife-beard prick.
Lovely reception.
Can I go into the city?
He has to kind of stand on tippy toes to see you in the back of a wagon there, Torek.
Please?
What are you doing handing around with these bunch? A gnome should know better.
You know, hiring protection is quite difficult these days, unfortunately, and one gnome has to do with what they've got.
Ooh.
Roll me a deception.
Oh, guy!
Yeah. I'll flash of genius this to give it a +5. So that's a unnatural 20.
The dwarf kind of looks to his mate, who kind of glances back to him, and then in unison they both just burst out laughing. You stupid cunt! Why the fuck would you hire elves to do your fighting?
Because there were no dwarves left.
Well, tell you what, because you're daft, and I think you'll probably get mugged if you go anywhere else, I'll let you in. But gotta say, there's still a visitor's tax, so you're gonna have to cough up 50 gold.
I'm gonna look to Roland and go, my wallet, please.
I've got it. I walk forwards and pass on 50 gold. From my purse, just to clarify.
Step forward and pay with Torek's gold or something.
I was gonna say this is a level of power that none of us want Torek to have.
Is anybody else more concerned about this than they expected to be?
Maybe,
Dimension
possibly.
door seeming better now.
So Triss, the dwarf, he steps forward and he quite readily takes this coin purse. As he counts it out, he kind of nods and kind of harumps to himself, and he nods for his buddy to step back. And these two step out of your way. So you can see now the path is unblocked, but the city itself is very quiet. As you take the wagon in, you can see that like pretty much all the shop fronts have been shattered in. Whatever was on display has clearly long since been looted. Around the walls as well, you can see there's a fairly heavy spattering of rubble from these damaged walls. And in between the cobbles, you can kind of see the brownish stain of what appears to be dried blood. As you get kind of deeper into the city, you kind of get that again familiar smell of wood smoke, and this is made a bit more clear when you can see that the city has at some point had some of its buildings put to the torch. A lot of the buildings are either outright burned to the ground or just burnt out shells. if
Dude,
they were
dwarves are the
stone.
worst, man.
So yeah, you kind of carry on down towards the kind of the docks where the merchant's quarter was, and as you go, you kind of pass the town square, and you can see that there's still that little bit of smoke that you saw Havel coming from the city last night, still going on. As you draw into the town square, you can see that this is kind of coming from a massive pyre, and bodies are just being stacked up onto this. Anything valuable has long since been stripped away, including arms and armor. But you can see that a large number of these are clearly soldiers. But there's a good number of civilians in that pyre as well. And these dwarves are kind of fairly nonchalantly dumping bodies onto this as it burns. But that being said, the city isn't completely devoid of life. As your horses kind of clop through the streets, you do see kind of a few window shutters kind of open a crack, and scared faces peering out. It seems that the sacking wasn't a complete massacre, but some people did manage to keep themselves out of harm's way. But the market district seems to have suffered quite badly from looting. Again, the shops have been stripped bare of anything valuable, except for one. You notice it's a kind of a cobbler's shop. Only somebody's taken the time to paint over the glass storefront a picture of a beard. Nobody knows, or none of your party know the meaning of this really, but it seems to be the only shop here that has intact windows.
Be a way of indicating a dwarf owns it and therefore to leave it alone.
I'm going to actually whisper to you, Roland. I'm just going to go, are we being followed?
I'll try and subtly take a look around.
Roll me a perception.
17.
So, Roland, you kind of cast your eyes behind the cars, and you can see that the streets do have a few dwarves here and there, but most of them are either still drunk from the previous night's revelry, or busy, kind of going in between houses and carrying whatever valuables they can find. It seems that not many of them are particularly interested in you lot.
I was just wondering if we were being followed by any guards or anything, then maybe it would have been a good idea to actually go into the store and conduct some business, because we've sold ourselves as traders. So
Let's go in anyway. I'm curious about what's going on with that window.
I'm gonna give myself some drugs.
Okay.
Not the good kind, sadly. Running low on that as well.
God's sake.
But I'm gonna enhance ability myself to give myself advantage on any charisma checks.
Okay.
In case we need it.
So Torek chugs this potion, and he turns around to you, Tris, and he gives you a flash of a smile, and his teeth are ridiculously white. There's actually a glint as he flashes you a movie star grin.
Now that the mouthwash is done, better take the needle.
Stupid.
So well, Torek gives himself a bit of a makeover. The rest of you kind of pull up outside this shop, then. So it appears that closed at the minute. Nobody is coming and going. But you imagine this shop probably isn't expecting to be doing much trade for a foreseeable future anyway.
Okay, do we head somewhere else and come back later in the hopes that it opens?
It would appear that way.
Yeah.
Or we could do some investigating.
I mean, does it look like it's like? Does it double up as a house as well? Like, where the guy lives here as well?
Yeah. So like most of the inner city shops, the property is kind of 2 floors. It is fairly standard for the merchant to inhabit the same building.
So,
Knock on the door then, I guess.
yeah.
Okay, so Titus, you give the door a kind of large, loud knock, and you give it a while. And after a minute or so, you kind of start to hear the sound of several bolts being slid out of their holdings, as well as a few chains rattling. And the door kind of opens, and kind of at your waist height, you kind of see an eye kind of peer around the door to have a look. Yes.
And I kind of gesture to let Torek to the front.
Hello. Are you currently open for business?
No, look around you. Does it look like anywhere in this city is open for business?
Well, God, let us in on the. Never mind. I'm sorry to bother you. Are you okay? What's happened?
You really must be new here. Couldn't you not recognize a sacked city when you stood in one?
Torek kind of just like looks around, kind of like, oh, that's what's going on.
God's sake!
No, we're not doing business to answer your question. And he kind of casts his eyes on your boots. Sorry. Now, I imagine as an artificer, you've kind of kept everybody's traveling gear in reasonable order. So, like, he can see this as a cobbler himself, and and if you don't need repairs, then I'm afraid our job here is not one for me.
Ah, so you are the cobbler.
Aye, that's me.
Would we be able to come inside? We're from out of town.
'Tis eyes narrow a little bit at that. How far out of town?
Not especially far.
I thought we were quite.
He kind of opens the door a little bit more and sticks his head out and casts a very careful eye across the street just to make sure that nobody's really paying too much attention. But then he opens it and kind of gestures for you to come in. Well, come on then, don't stand around all day.
Let's pile on in.
We shuffle inside.
Okay, so as you enter, he again just closes this door, and you can see now you're on the inside. Lots of security in place here. Most of it looks reasonably recent. But he slides all his home, and he turns to you. Right, we could speak all three now. What is it you're really after?
We've been sent into town by Johan, for the medicine that was promised to him. They're not doing so fantastically.
I knew he'd send somebody. Look, my situation's changed since I spoke to his men. The medicines, I can't get hold of it anymore.
Is there any way for us to get hold of it?
God, not bloody likely. It's been requisitioned, you see. The dwarven army's taken all of it. say it's for their military campaign and of utmost importance.
They took it from you?
Aye, they took it from everyone. They've taken everything from lots of people.
Where have they taken it all?
I don't rightly know exactly, but if I would had to guess, I'd probably say somewhere into the warehouses. The city's had a few of them down by the docks for when we had ships coming and going, but well, since the siege, it's been taken over by the Northamarians. The military's been using it for logistical purposes.
Is there anyone else who's a friend to you who maybe would have more information?
Most of my friends who lived in this city are dead. Look, sorry, I don't mean to be hostile to you, but it's out of my hands now. I would have given it to him. Honestly, I would. I don't love these dwarves. There's a reason I left the clans. But,
You must be proud of your people, taking care of their own.
They're not my people.
Titus is just kind of glaring at him.
No, as I said, I've lost my stock. I can't give him any because I don't have any.
We didn't bother asking before, but what is this medicine?
Well, lots of it is a fairly common plant extract from up here. It can be made into quite an effective salve for curing wounds. But there's bits and pieces. They've taken everything they can get their hands on. Splints, bandages, the works. Anything that can help them and their army.
Okay. We were also looking for a friend of ours while we were here. It's unlikely you'd have seen him, but on the off chance, and I'll give him a description of Rock.
I can't say I've seen him. I don't think he was here. There were only a handful of soldiers left to garrison the city after the king marched out, and most of, if not all of them, died in the siege. I'm sorry, I can't give you any more information than that. I locked myself in and didn't come out till the day after the battle had finished.
So you've not heard about any prisoners taken during the siege?
I don't think these dwarves took many prisoners.
Possibly could still be here, or he could have escaped.
Or he never made it here in the first place.
Well, can't leave completely empty-handed, really.
We should try to get medicine for Johan and his men.
Yes.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I think we should try and do that.
Oh, well, you're going to have a hell of a time. It's likely kept in a fairly guarded area. You're probably gonna need a bloody solid plan.
You need a montage.
Montage.
Let's get heisting.
See what you can
Step one. I just goes into the main entry dressed as a janitor.
Hey guys, you got the thermal drill yet?
Can we do it like Ocean's 11, where we've already done it And now we'll just skip back and tell you how we actually did it. through a series of flashbacks.
A D&D campaign where it's all just predetermined. Yeah, I think that's called a book, isn't it?
Shit.
The ultimate railroading.
That'd be really funny if you ended up failing and it's like, and that's how we'll steal it. Shame it didn't work. It just zooms out and we're in jail.
yeah.
It was a good plan, really, guys. It was a good plan. So, warehouses. Don't know anything about potential prisoners or anything, maybe. The Jarl is in charge, but don't really know who he is, where he's holding up.
Oh, we know that much. Vial's taken up residence in the inner keep.
Well, maybe we don't want to see the Jarl. Could only draw more attention to us. Well, I suppose down to the docks to take a look at these warehouses, see if we can figure out where the medicine's being kept.
Okay, so obviously you guys having previously embarked from these docks, you remember the way down to them. So you kind of leave Grom's shop. Is everybody going? Some of you staying there, or what's the
No,
plan?
I think we'd all go, right?
We all go in the city.
We're in a bit of a ropey situation, I'd say. Better together.
So you guys make your way down to the docks. And sure enough, it seems that Grom's paranoia was right this time. A lot of the warehouses have clearly been seized and are now being used for military purposes. Quite a few of them, they're quite busy. A lot of boxes are being loaded and unloaded onto various wagons and stuff. But it seems to be concentrated into a fairly not quite compact, but close by group of warehouses. And it seems that in the middle of this group seems to be a kind of stockpile of various crates, boxes, barrels, you name it. That storage containers there, stocked up, ready for redistribution. But there's a fairly heavy presence of guards. You can see that they've got men stationed at doorways. You've got roaming patrols. They're clearly not taking too many chances here.
Okay. So was there like a focus of particular, like heavily guarded?
It seems that the actual buildings themselves seem to be, there's guards on the entrances, but the actual kind of majority of movement is happening in the middle, where these kind of loose supplies are being gathered and sorted. A lot of it seems to be, administration as well. It's not just soldiers there. You've got clearly logisticians kind of taking inventory and moving things from place to place. But that's definitely the most active.
Well, I'll be the first to say that getting in and out of this area during the day is going to be pretty much impossible.
It might not be much better at night, but we could give it a go. It would be helpful if we could figure out which warehouse exactly we needed to get into.
We could observe as they're sorting through the supplies and see if we can figure out where they're taking which batches of what.
Yeah, we could maybe do with putting ourselves somewhere not necessarily super in the way, but close enough that we can keep an eye on what's happening.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, so as you guys look around, there are a few spaces nearby in the city that would give a decent view. So you've actually got the docks themselves because the Dwarven army came here on foot. It seems that any ship that was in harbour at the time very quickly set sail. You imagine, anyone who did flee probably fled by sea. And as such, the docks are now sitting empty. There are no vessels in port. There's no cargo being loaded or unloaded. This does, however, leave a series of, kind of fairly tall wooden cargo cranes not being operated. There are also a few what appear to be burned out shells of houses nearby towards the other side of the warehouses on the kind of the actual mainland side towards the walls that would give you a view over another area of it.
Maybe we separate here? I can quite easily get myself and someone else up those cargo cranes, and then the rest of you could maybe go the other direction, and we can get as much coverage over what's going on as possible.
Yes. Sneak inside one of those ruined buildings and take a look around.
Meet back here at nightfall.
Great.
Okay, so who's going where?
I will go to one of the burnt out buildings. I think up a crane I will stick out like a sore thumb.
Though I am the sneakiest, I think someone else should go up the crane.
Someone smaller, perhaps?
Know me, perhaps, might be a good idea.
Not afraid of heights, are we, Torek?
No.
Okay, so Triss and Torek.
Yeah.
We do have a party member who is notoriously not afraid of heights.
We'll tell you what. I'll dimension door myself and Torek up, and can Havel get himself climbed up?
Do we really need 3 people up there? Maybe Havel wants to chill out for a bit.
Havel
Can I consider this?
Havel just goes to the pub, yeah.
Middle of a besieged city! Time for a pint!
Not even besieged, like just outright sacked. Like there's probably like
There's just nothing left, yeah!
there's only one bar stool that hasn't been smashed over like a civilian's head, and he's just sat on it like with whatever's left behind the bar.
The bar.
Pretending to
The
drink out of
walls
a
of the
broken
building
glass.
are like just fucking crumbling around. He's just still sat there like, yeah, that's where I wanted to be.
Well, if you can remember the taverns in this city were down by the dockyards.
I do remember, yeah.
Oh, well, I guess we're going over there then.
Okay, so Havel and presumably Titus are going to the tavern.
Titus is not going to go to the damn tavern. He's
Yeah.
so wounded. As much as I really want to get into shenanigans, like Titus would be serious here.
I'll perch up on the crane.
Sorry, Havel.
Okay, so
Isn't it like a tree of the city?
Urban tree.
okay, so Triss, you and Torek and Havel make your way down onto the waterfront here and get yourself underneath these cranes. You grab Torek and dimension door yourself up onto the boom of one of these. You want to grab onto the main kind of beam to steady yourself. But from up here, it seems that you can kind of get a fairly good view of what's going on. From where you're positioned, you're looking kind of southwesterly. down into this cluster of warehouses. It seems that there are kind of four main ones that have been requisitioned, along with this kind of central pile of loose goods. Alrighty, so the rest of you, Rulen, you can pick out a fairly good building in terms of location. It seems to have been, constructed out of brick or stone at some point, but a fire has kind of gutted the interior. Like the internal floors are gone, and the staircases have long burnt down. But the wall itself is, rugged enough that it offers some fairly decent hand and footholds. If you wanted to try and climb up it,
I'll just climb in to find somewhere to, sort of hide where I can still look over the area.
Okay, so you head in and start to climb up. So it's not a hard climb, as I said. The wall is pretty rugged, and you're not really under any time constraint here. So it's not a hard task for you to work your way up to the third floor window. And from this perch, you can kind of get a view into the warehouse district as well. You're kind of looking directly east from your current position over it. And it's not quite as high up as these cranes, but you've still got a view over at least the first rooftop.
Yeah.
In fact, should I maybe draw this out potentially? So just might help visualize it better. And then just like an assortment of goods in the middle. So kind of a crane is up this way, so you guys are looking in a general southwesterly direction from your perch up there, whereas the house is looking that away.
Okay.
Can we
Goodbye.
see the guys in the crane?
You can see the crane, definitely. There are a couple of cranes over there. You can probably see that there's people in it, but you wouldn't be able to tell it was Triss and Torek.
But Titus would know that it's Triss and Torek and Havel, right?
Yeah, you'd know, but
And we're kind of sneaking.
and you're kind of sneaking.
Titus is going to be like stood behind Rulen and like trying to wave at.
Titus, roll me a stealth.
Oh no!
Well, Rulen will try and duck his hand down. Does that give him advantage?
Yeah, go on then. Give it count that as a help action. Then
So as Titus tries to raise his hand,
Oh,
be
thank
like,
God! Oh, thank God! Titus' stealth is actually good. That's 10.
10. Okay. So Titus, you kind of catch a glimpse of Triss in the crane, and you kind of instinctively raise a hand up to wave to her. However, as you do this, you are actually kind of using that hand to kind of grip onto the wall. So you lose your footing a little bit. The wounds are still not fully healed. But just as you're about to fall, Rulen, with the reactions of a well-trained ninja, just grabs your wrist and kind of keeps you up in this perch. But as you kind of scrabble for a foothold, a loose stone in the wall kind of clatters to the bottom of the building that you're in. And you see like one of the dwarves in a passing patrol. He kind of stops for a moment and He casts a look
Duck down. Hide,
into the
hide, hide, hide,
building.
hide.
So as you and Rulin kind of pull back your heads quickly, you obviously lose sight of this guard, but the two of you stay stone still for what feels like a good few minutes. But no dwarven head pops himself in to the building. Rulin, you kind of cautiously risk a glance over, and the dwarf seems to have kind of gone about the rest of his patrol route, back with his buddy.
Well, hopefully they just think it's building falling apart. And yeah, let's try to be a bit more careful, shall we, Titus?
Sorry. Oh.
Where's Braxton at?
He's with us.
Okay.
Yeah, up in the house.
Just not making himself too obvious.
That's good.
Well,
Unless I
imagine
move the
me.
player with my clunky armor.
Imagine the two of us stood on just a giant and a guy in full plate just stood on the house.
Well, at this point, I think you guys are kind of perching on outsticking stones on the inside of a wall, so it's
Right.
it's not too precarious.
Okay.
Really, you're not that obviously silhouetted against the skyline or anything.
We're not jumping from rooftop to rooftop.
No, you don't have that level of edginess.
Alright, calm, chill out.
Cat-like reflexes.
Okay, so you guys kind of settle in then into your observation posts and cast your gaze out upon this this little warehouse. So Torek, Havel, and Triss, from where you're sat, you kind of get a really good look at the kind of two warehouses closest to you. And as you sit down, the hours go by. You do notice a few things are being moved here and there. It's you notice that in one instance, a patrol of guards dip into kind of this warehouse on the corner here, and they kind of come out, and you can see that they're clearly eating something. There's a they're carrying a fairly large sack between them, and they're reaching into it and pulling out bits and eating from it. And they kind of get back on patrol now with a few goodies. The other thing you notice is the warehouse kind of opposite that, kind of close to you. You can see the doors kind of open out this way into the kind of center of the compound. And as you watch, you can see a wagon pulls up, and some of the dwarves come out of this warehouse and start unloading off the back of it. It appears that what's happening is they're actually dumping corpses out the back here. But as you watch, the dwarves from the warehouse quite quickly go to work and start kind of peeling off, chain mail and armored components that these human corpses were clearly adorned in. The bodies are then put back on the cart, but the arms and armor are taken into the warehouse and stored.
How far can we see into that warehouse?
From your angle, probably not massively far because you're kind of looking down. But the height does give you kind of a little bit of vision over the roof of the first warehouse, so you can kind of see the central kind of collection. And it seems that this is definitely a hive of activity. There are comings and goings quite a lot of the day as you sit and watch. The the logisticians are clearly organizing different bits, and you see carts kind of being sent to and from this pile. But that's really the extent you can get with the majority of this warehouse blocking your view. You don't really see what goods are being loaded up. The others, though, sat in your house. You can kind of see you don't have as good a height advantage as the others in the crane. However, due to the positioning of the house, you can actually see more of this this big stash between the two warehouses closest to you. The comings and goings are much more apparent to you, and as you watch, you can see that a lot of these kind of carts coming in are actually delivering stores to this pile. But it seems to be a whole different array of stuff. Like, I mean, carts are coming here loaded with things ranging from, kind of furniture to paintings, tapestries. It seems that all sorts of paraphernalia is being piled, assessed, and moved onwards from this central point.
Did we know
Titus
any...
is, while he's watching,
Sorry.
he's going to be sort of keeping his eye out for adamantine and other rare metals.
Right.
And
so you don't see anything that looks particularly like metal, but there's enough boxes and crates for just who knows.
Cool.
Sorry, carry on, guy.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, did we know of any particular items that were in the city and maybe contained as loot there? Like anything particularly? Does anyone remember?
Nothing comes to mind immediately.
I was just thinking it'd be a good opportunity if, say, I don't know, there was a crazy magic item we couldn't afford or something.
No, I don't think you actually went shopping in Eventide.
We did a lot of drinking in Eventide.
Mhm. I recall that.
But no, you do know Torek, but it is obviously a maritime city, and as such, it wouldn't be a leap of imagination to guess that quite a lot of goods find their way to this town. But it's also not hard to reason that anything of outstanding value was probably taken with the ships when they set sail. You can imagine, the people getting passage on those ships were probably the ruling classes and the wealthy enough to afford, fare.
Escape.
More than likely.
So you guys keep watching, and as it's as the day draws on, you can see that the the warehouses clearly have a fairly heavy guard detail assigned to them. The kind of surrounding area as well seems to be patrolled quite heavily. So the guys in the house, you can see that there's definitely a kind of a guard patrol that kind of comes up that way, but it also seems that there's one that goes in the other direction in such a pattern that means that there's never more than say 200 meters of ground that goes without a dwarf on it. They're clearly expecting that if there's going to be trouble, it's probably going to come from the direction of the city. So you can see that that's quite heavily fortified. You can't really see what's happening around this side. the kind of corner of the warehouse blocks any real vision. Triss, Havel, and Torok, you can see that there's again a kind of patrol that paces the northern end of this this district, and you can kind of see that there's a lighter detail here as well. It's only seems to have like one pair of dwarves, and they travel together. But it's there is, you work out, probably gonna be a little bit of a window to get in if you time it right. Again, you don't have vision of the other side either, but you can see there are a few kind of stationary guards in the district itself. You can see that the doors to the warehouse have a complement of 2 guards each, at least on that door that you can see. And then as the night draws in, the work for the day seems to stop.
Are
Lots.
the doors
Sorry,
to
carry
the
on.
warehouses? Does it seem like they only have one set of doors in and out?
It looks like they've got one at ground level, but some of the warehouses you can see, namely these 2 nearest to the docks, actually have a loading door on kind of a raised level, so kind of first floor, where they might load things onto carts beneath them.
Okay.
But yeah, as the day draws to a close and the work ceases, you start to see like a lot of the administrative personnel start to drift away, presumably to go and get fed and watered. But it seems that despite a change in the guards, the security details don't really let up. They've been relieved, but they're still patrolling. So it's starting to get a little bit dark now, and becomes harder to really see from your respective perches.
Okay, we said we'd meet back at dusk. Shall we climb our way down and head over?
Yeah, dusk. Good time.
Sounds good.
Okay, so you guys rendezvous outside the district and kind of compare notes.
So it looks like we want to go in from the docks direction then. If we're still sure about doing this.
Yeah. Sorry, just still making the plan up in my head for how it's inevitably going to go wrong and then where we're going to need to escape to.
Yeah, because our best escape might be into the sea, but I don't know.
Yeah. Is there any like little skiffs or anything around Crispy?
You didn't really investigate the harbour as such, but you can go and have a look if you like.
I suppose we're gonna be heading that way anyway.
Andrew, that would be the more obvious thing, wouldn't it? They'd pay more attention to seeing a boat than they would seeing a group of people, maybe. Well, then it also begs the question of how we get the boat back to land to then get the supplies out.
Well, maybe the boat could be the distraction.
Possibly. So the geography of Eventide.
Yeah.
So where the city is, where the docks are, is there a place outside the city where a boat could be landed?
Well, most of the city is kind of along this natural harbour.
Yeah.
So the docks themselves take up pretty much the entire waterfront, wall to wall. It's a kind of very large commercial harbour. If there would be somewhere to land a small boat, it would probably be outside the walls.
It's a possibility, I suppose, but maybe if we can manage to get away through the streets, that might be better off. But
Titus, the only thing Titus is doing is wondering. He's so confused that there's more guys this side, so we'd have a bigger fight this side, but we want to come in this side where there wouldn't be a fight. He's really confused about that.
well, we want to avoid a fight if we can, Titus.
I don't understand.
Well, it's okay. You don't need to understand. So we could send 1 or 2 people in to maybe get the doors open, get everything ready, and then send the others in to quickly rush inside or something, maybe.
Yeah.
And also someone to maybe cause a distraction while the others are trying to get in. I think what we don't want to do is create a huge distraction over here to draw these guards away, only for that to end up causing these guards to come over also and end up catching us.
Tell you what you do now, draw the docks out so you know roughly.
Did you, so from up on your crane, did you spy any boats still in the docks?
So you guys can see that there is one what appears to be ship kind of alongside, although you can't really see much activity on it. There are a few kind of smaller craft, but they're not massive, and you're not entirely sure how seaworthy they are.
I'm also not entirely sure that one of us or any of us knows how to pilot a full-size ship.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe the ocean escape is not the best idea.
We don't have a lot of very great options for getting out.
Bearing in mind, we'll be carrying a few boxes worth of medicines and plunder. And we'll have to then somehow sneak away with it without being spotted.
We may have to deal with a guard patrol silently.
So these warehouses themselves,
Yeah.
is this on land, or is this just like?
Yes. This is
Okay.
on land. The harbour's nearby, but these are dry.
Yeah. Okay. And the street here.
Yeah. So kind of street is this side by the house.
How wide is it?
You reckon probably wide enough for 2 carts to get by, kind of side to side.
And the buildings on the other side, how tall are they?
The ones you're in?
Yeah.
So 3 stories.
I have so many questions about where this is going.
I think I know exactly where this is going.
We could leap across to the roof.
Oh my god.
So that is probably going to be a 20-foot jump you're going to have to make from a standing start. Because the only thing you've got to jump off against is the wall you're currently, were clinging to.
Well, if we got up onto the roof of the building.
Well, the roof's wooden, burned out. You've only got like
Ah,
literally
yeah,
the
true.
stone walls.
Well, with my
I mean, Ruland could probably do it, but
yeah.
Everyone else is going to have some issues.
Sorry, I don't have anything that can help with this at the moment. You know, out of jump potion, sadly.
Can't imagine why.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Well, it may be a way for me to get in to the building at least, and then I can try and get the doors open, maybe to get the rest of you in.
Crispy, I have a question about
Mhm.
short rests and spell slots. Would you count our time sat on the crane watching things as a short rest?
yeah, probably because he wouldn't have been really doing much physically demanding. It would have just been looking out. So I'll count that as a short rest.
Okay. Well, in that case, I could dimension door inside with someone, or at least into one of these quite easily, so we could get in that way, and I could open the door.
How many
Less
times can
risky.
you use that?
Do it 3 times at least.
So we can get in and out.
No,
If
we could
needed.
get in. Oh, yeah, we could get in and out. Yeah, I can take 3 journeys.
I could get in with my last spell slot, but
That's a risk.
it's my last spell slot.
Also, there is a slight caveat that you can't take anything with you that's heavier than you can carry. So, like, you wouldn't be able to get too much supplies out with you.
Yeah, I think it's... What does it say? Something of the same size as me. Bring along objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed what you can carry. Or one willing creature. Oh, actually, you can bring along objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed what you can carry. You can also bring one willing creature of your size or smaller who's carrying gear up to its carrying capacity.
Hate to do this, but Titus's carrying capacity is 1,100 pounds.
And you are both technically medium creatures.
That's so cheesy. No, we can't.
How many football fields?
Wait, hasn't Trish mentioned Dog Titus before?
Yeah, she could dimension dot Titus.
Yeah, so-
It's just a question of how much can Titus be carrying when she does it.
Everything.
Exactly.
This medicine weighs 1,101 pounds. So.
No!
No.
Okay.
Eat the wheels of cheese quickly.
Yeah, just drop the dragon bones, you'll be good. Yeah. Lydia! Alrighty, so do I sense a plan forming?
I think so. Titus, how do you feel about hopping into a building or two?
Well, Titus knows what happens when Triss dimension doors people up places, so I think I'm. I'm kidding.
I did save you from the inside of the worm, didn't I?
That is true. That was cool. That was true. You just saved my ass. Yeah. We
That
could
was a little
dimension door in there.
door. Yeah.
We could
If you
dimension
can
door
go
and pick
back
up some
with
stuff.
half a Titus, I'm going to be pissed.
I don't know why this keeps happening.
I've just got this image of you all sitting down and giving Triss like a bit of a lecture beforehand about safety.
Yeah. Safety and morality.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking hell.
Remember, Triss, murder is wrong. Right. Guy, you were going to say something there, weren't you?
Couldn't have been that important. I've got one last spell slot. I've also got several uses of enhanced ability if you guys want to take a shot before going in.
Well, let's
Perhaps
take
having an
stealth.
advantage in dexterity would give you advantage in stealth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Cool. Oh, this is a good point actually as well. This is enhanceability. So, if I'm not mistaken, the enhanceability for Dex gives you another bonus on top of advantage in stealth. Let me. I'm sorry. I'm just checking that. Yes. Also, you don't take damage from falling 20 feet or less.
Ooh.
Okay, that's definitely good because
Do you each want a shot of that? I'm guessing.
yeah.
Yes, please.
I mean, there may be crates inside the building, so you may want to teleport like 20 feet in the air in the building,
That's what
then
I was
land with
thinking.
Cat's Grace.
Oh
Just
god. Oh god. Okay.
don't worry. Cats always land on their feet. Or was that some kind of lizard? Yeah, either way, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Jesus Christ.
I think he's thinking about toast, but okay.
Yes, toast always lands on its feet.
Yes,
Your
toast
toast doesn't have
feet.
feet? Huh.
Just gulock things, yeah.
Toast without feet? That's gotta be so boring.
Where's
It's
the
like
crunch?
Warlock, isn't it? No eyeballs in the stomach, but just feet everywhere.
Right, let's potion up and do it. There.
Okay, so you guys chug the potion that Tarek hands you.
Also, if you lot can get within 30 feet, and then if everything goes to hell, it might be worth us having some way of contacting you.
Well, 30 feet away from a warehouse is going to be hard to do,
Okay,
given the patrols.
forget that, just keep an eyesight. Maybe back into that house?
Mhm.
I don't know.
Okay, so you shot the potions that Tarek gives you, and
Tarek, how long do these last for?
An hour.
Okay.
Oh, and they work off of your own concentration as well. So that tingling feeling you feel, try and keep it there.
just like Tarek giving them ideas on how to like prolong the high.
If a concentration spell lasts more than 4 hours, please consult a doctor.
What's the name
yeah.
of the potion, guy? What's the name of
If
the
your potion
potion?
of boldness lasts for longer than 4 hours.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
God,
guy,
I
what's
hate
the name
that.
of the potion?
The
The
potion.
potion.
The potion.
Just the name of the potion.
I just imagine like anybody casting dispel magic on like any of Tarek's potions is just giving someone a shot of Narcan.
Oh, you lose your erection instantly from that
I was going to
potion.
say,
Oh.
are there any strange effects from this potion that we should be advised of before launching into something?
Titus just goes, meow.
Yeah, it's
You can now
Grown
understand
whiskers.
cats.
Whiskers.
yeah, that, and you just develop a hideous allergy to dogs.
You
Occasionally
now
they
have
search
fun
each other.
lives.
Okay, cool. So potions chugged, and the pins and needles in your fingers starting to get tingly. Triss, you and Titus, where are you dimension dooring?
Right, which warehouse do you want to start with? The one that we have absolutely no idea what's in the corner that none of us could see? This one?
I don't think Titus should be the one helping decide where we go.
Rulin?
So, right, so run it down again. Which ones were which? Huh?
So this one was armor.
Yes,
This one was food.
yes.
Did we see what came out of this one?
You did not.
Oh, we didn't see what came out of this one. Okay.
So,
I would say one of those two is the best place to start.
I mean, what's it going to be? Armor and maybe weapons? Or do we
Yeah,
only see armor?
potentially.
You saw arms and armor going into that.
Arms and armor, that kind of thing. So
I mean, it's
military
very
stuff.
possible it could be with
Food.
the food, but I would
One of
imagine
them. One of
that's
them.
a large store of stuff.
Yeah. One of them is going to be medicine, and the other might be miscellaneous. I don't know. Cloth and other materials. Shit, maybe.
Could be anything.
Yeah.
Votes. Everyone, the one closest to the dock or the one closest to the city?
Is there any windows on them?
Not so much windows, but those kind of loading door kind of bays that are on the first floor would be, I guess, the closest thing.
And are they openable at all from the outside? Does it look?
I mean, they could definitely be opened from the outside if you can get up there. They've
Without
got,
being seen.
they've got things like handles and stuff there.
And
A few of them have a kind of a crane boom outside with a few pulleys on it. Clearly, there's like a system where ropes can pull stuff in from carts or be lowered onto carts. It's that kind of mechanism.
And those are on which side? The inside or the outside?
So the ones that you've seen, you've kind of got those. Sorry, where am I? Got like kind of one here and one here that you've seen. You don't know about these ones. They're a little too far from your various vantage points.
I think the one closest to the docks. We'll just start with it. This one.
This one.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, the ducks. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so
we're going to aim somewhere towards the middle of it, and how high's? Yeah, somewhere between 15 and 20 foot up, just to make sure that we don't sort of land ourselves inside something.
Okay, so
Well, I
Drift,
think you physically can't, can you?
no, if you would go to anywhere that would be occupied, you just take force damage and the spell fails.
Okay.
So, Triss, you grab Titus kind of by the hand, and the by now familiar yet still disturbing rift opens, and you kind of pull Titus through it. And you both kind of emerge midair in this warehouse. With nothing really underneath you, you fall for 15 feet. You're not going to take any damage because the cat's potion means you both land very nimbly on your toes. Kind of almost involuntarily, like, you just kind of instinctively snap into a kind of like a crouching position as you land to kind of muffle the sound. It seems that Toric's potion has worked to the desired effect. But as you look around, you can see that this warehouse is not massively full. There are, quite a few boxes along one of the sides of this this warehouse, but the rest of it appears to be empty. You can, however, see that kind of the other side of the warehouse to where you are, there are 4 dwarves playing a game of cards.
Oh shit.
They haven't seen you yet, but you guys are quite exposed here, even at the other end of the warehouse. There's nothing kind of hiding you from them.
Before we move anywhere too far, is there any markings on those boxes?
There's nothing, actually. These are quite newly built wooden crates.
Okay, I'm gonna grab Titus again, and I'm gonna immediately move us into the other warehouse and do the same thing.
Ooh.
Okay, so you grab Titus by the wrist again and dimension door, or at least you would have. It seems that there was something in the way this time, so you guys are going to take some force damage,
Even though we're up high?
even though you're up high. So each of you are going to take 11 force damage there.
The slot that I've used for the failed dimension door, is that still used?
Yeah, the spell still counts as being used. It would just fail. But you obviously get your chance to 11 damage, but you do get your 16 or higher chance to regain the used slot.
I've already done that.
Okay.
Okay, then we are going to have to creep off as quietly and as subtly as possible to the edge of this warehouse.
Gonna need a stealth check from both of you, with advantage thanks to the enhanced ability.
And because of the ability, I'm not even laughing.
Whoa.
Whoa! Let's go!
Shit.
Titus.
Okay, so
I got an 8 on that.
Triss,
That is a nat 20.
Triss, as you kind of, have to come to realization that, you haven't dimensioned or it hasn't gone off, you find yourself kind of, panicking and, realizing these guys could see you at any point. You kind of try to run stealthily into the corner, but you kind of stumble a little bit and poised to, face plant into the dust. However, as you go down, you kind of feel like a force supporting you under your stomach, and you see that Titus has got a hand under your belly, and he kind of lifts you up to his face, like really close, raises one finger in front of his lips, goes shh, and places you back down on your feet before leading you stealthily into the corner by these crates.
Oh god. Okay.
No words.
I don't know what to do now. Everything's gone weird.
Okay, so let me draw. So if the dwarves are playing poker over this end of the warehouse, you guys are kind of hiding in the corner over here with kind of the crates being stacked along this wall.
Okay, can we are these crates completely sealed? Is there any way to get into them without making a ton of noise?
It seems like they're actually hinged. There are kind of lids that would be, possible to lift.
Perfect. In that case, I'm going to cast Minor Illusion between ourselves and where those dwarves are playing, so everything looks absolutely fine, just as it should do. The crates are closed and there's no Goliath and half-elf lurking behind them.
Okay, so you cast this illusion, so use your remaining spell slot. Thing, if you want to get it back. Invocation, is it? A cantrip?
Yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah. It's not first level, what am I about? So that is the image that they would see if they looked.
Also, my first dimension door, I got a 19 for that, so I got that one back.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, that illusion is in place.
Cool. Okay, Titus, do you want to have a look in? You're a bit taller than me, you might be able to see better.
Yeah, while melded into the background, I stealthily open the crate.
Titus, you open this crate and immediately kind of greeted by the glimmer of gold. These crates are stacked to the brim with gold bullion.
Oh, mama.
Oh my god.
Fuck the wounded, take the gold!
Holy crap!
Oh my god, I'm
Dude,
so
what do we want
mad.
to do?
Why didn't I give you my bag
Technically,
of
fuck the
holding?
wounded, take the gold!
Because your bag of holding burnt to a cinder.
Yeah, you don't have one.
Because you keep putting stupid shit in it. That's why, Tarek.
Oh, is it destroyed? I kind of
Yeah,
thought through it at the time.
Yeah.
That enormous, almost nuclear explosion. Oh, was it destroyed?
God.
You mean it didn't survive? Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, it was in a fucking bag of holding.
Bag of holding, not bag of invincible.
Put the
fucking
nuke in a bag of
amazing.
holding. It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Don't open it ever.
But we could still take some of this, right? It's well within our carrying capabilities.
11. Fucking, how much can you carry? It's
It's about
1100 pounds.
500 kilos of gold you could potentially haul out of here.
That is about 1,100 pounds. So
That's funny,
Oh my-
that is.
how
Ah.
much? Oh my god! How much can we just stuff in our back? Well, we don't want to be too foolish here. We don't want to be.
Of course
The
we
man
did.
stuffing it anyway. Just pick up the crate.
Bags loaded with loot are often low on supply.
That means that we would not. Guy, that was such a good quote.
Why don't we fill up my pockets with gold, and then whatever's left once we can get to the medicine, you can take that, Titus. How does that sound? And then we're still
Sounds
coming away with some gold, but we're doing
good
what
to
we
me.
intended to do.
Sounds good to me.
I don't know how much I can actually carry.
So we haven't really been doing encumbrance like hardcore mode in this. But Tris, gold is heavy. Like gold is very heavy, really, for its size. I would say you're able to maybe grab 5 bars because they don't look to be not majorly large bars.
Okay.
But it's 5 is probably the maximum you're going to be able to get with your strength.
And I'll pick up another one and pass it on to Titus just to give us an even number.
Alrighty, so you've got a little bit of loot there.
Okay, so now we have to try getting into the other building, but when I popped us in before, well, when I tried to, we hit something. So we could try going higher again and see if
Weren't we near the top anyway? We tried 20 feet up, right? Do you mean like north?
I mean, I was just thinking like higher into the air. How high are the ceilings on these warehouses, Crispy?
Probably about 40 feet, you'd guess. They're quite large.
So we could still just go below the
Go to the
ceiling.
very top. Oh my! Because then at least we know we're not going to drop all the way to the ground, right? Because
Yeah,
we
we're
tried
gonna
20 feet up,
hit
Yep.
something at 20 feet at least.
right?
Okay.
Could try the very top.
Okay,
40
so
feet.
so you guys are going to try that again.
I think let's take more gold than that, just in case we can't come back. Because we don't want to shortchange ourselves. Titus is going to grab. If Tris took 5, Titus is going to take 7, and just just so that we have 12 total, 2 bars of gold each. Because that's going to
Okay.
be that
So
could
you
be
can
a
always
ton.
chop one if you need to.
That's
Yeah,
true,
we just drop them. Yeah. So I'm just going to take 7 and just like cram them in my bag.
Okay, so Titus, you grab some more of the bullion, and you stick that in your pack. For you, it's not as heavy as it's not going to encumber you too much, but it's obviously slowing you down a little bit more than an unencumbered bag would be. But Tris, kind of, you grab Titus's hand again, and so are we going for 40 feet?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys appear in the kind of the rafters of this this building, and proceed to drop 20 feet onto a pile of crates. And I need you both to roll me a acrobatics, which will be advantage again because of that potion.
Okay.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
So that's 11 on mine, and then I'll also roll for that spell slot.
That's
Okay, nope. That's another one used.
so it's like
What's that?
8 for Titus.
Okay, so Triss, you kind of managed to drop down and lower your center of gravity enough that you kind of managed to keep your balance. Titus, as you fall on land, you try to balance, but the bullion in your back has backpack
Oh
has
shit.
changed your center of gravity a bit. The crate you're on tumbles from the top of the kind of pile, taking you with it. It's not a far enough fall to really hurt you as you kind of bounce off a few more crates on the way down, but it made a hell of a noise.
Let's. I'm gonna try and find a place to hide.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
roll me.
flatten myself onto the top of the crate and then try and minor illusion wherever Titus hides himself, so it looks like he isn't there.
Okay, cool. So Titus, roll me a stealth, please. Advantage
Oh,
because
yep.
yeah.
So that's 15.
Okay, so Titus, you kind of pick yourself up and thinking quite quickly. You dash a good 20 feet from where this crate has shattered and kind of slip yourself in a kind of gap between two fairly large crates. And as you do, you kind of see a kind of flickering as Triss creates an illusion of another box between these two, kind of hiding you. But as you kind of wait, Triss, you watch from your kind of elevated platform. You kind of see a couple of dwarves, kind of pop their heads in, spears kind of lowered, and they're kind of looking quite clearly around, trying to look for it. It doesn't take them long to find this smashed crate. At which point, Triss, you kind of duck your head down to make sure they can't see you. You can kind of hear some mumbling. Titus, as you kind of pop your head out, you see a few of the items in this crate have kind of gone everywhere, and the guards are clearly like looking. Some of them are pointing and then up at the place where this crate's fallen from, but they do another kind of sweep of the warehouse, but seeing nothing, they kind of shrug and go back
And
to their
what?
usual routes.
And what spilled out? What were the contents?
From what you can see, it appears that some kind of linen or kind of other fabricy material has been kind of released from that crate. So the rest of you outside, I'm assuming, Havel, you've climbed up the crane again to try and keep eyes on.
Yes.
Roll me a perception.
Excellent. That is. Ha! It's 5!
5, okay.
I see so much!
Yeah, you just can't help but feel what a cold and bitter wind is coming in off the sea at your altitude. Really, that salty air stings your eyes a little bit. You don't really see anything go on in there.
Cool.
Okay, so Titus and Triss, these guards kind of go do another sweep of the warehouse before kind of deciding that there's nothing to see here and leaving out the door kind of leading into the main yard.
Okay, are any of the boxes that we can see around us marked at all, or are they just crates?
It seems to be a real mishmash of boxes here. It seems that they've been, gathered from various places. You do see a few that appear to be marked with the kind of universal symbol of the apothecaries, kind of a curled kind of branch around a staff.
Okay, I'm gonna make my way towards one of those. Trying to keep on top of the boxes so I can keep the vantage point as well.
Okay, so you make your way kind of across the tops here and find one of these crates. And this one appears to be like the bullion, seems to be hinged. So as you lift the top carefully, you can see that there seem to be various salves and kind of ointments stored in this one.
Okay, I'll grab a small selection and pass them down to Titus.
Okay, so what you're grabbing, if you're carrying them loosely, there's not going to be masses available, and there's quite a lot of injured men.
Would I know the types of medicine that they would need?
Roll me a medicine check.
That is 13.
Some of it possibly, but you're not 100% sure. Not enough that you'd be comfortable in leaving some of the medicine that you don't know what it does behind, just in case. You can obviously, you know the difference between a healing salve to a bandage, but some of these soldiers probably have quite complicated wounds that need more sophisticated medical care than a bandage.
Okay. I'm gonna hedge my bets with a mixture of what I know is good and then what looks like it'll do something a little more serious than a bandage.
Okay, so you start passing these down to Titus, who quite quickly fills up his pack. He might be able to carry
I
a
kind of
lot
want
of
to
weight.
do. I actually think maybe if could we use one of the crates, like start shoving it in one of the crates?
You could use
Well,
the
that
wooden
was
wraps.
that was kind of what I was going to say. Like, you might be able to carry a lot, but your backpack will obviously have
Yeah.
limited space, and also, you put 1,000 pounds of something in a leather
Yeah,
backpack,
it's gonna
probably going
rip.
to break.
Yeah. So I'm gonna start sort of stacking up one of the crates.
Okay, so they're fairly sizable crates. You reckon, Titus, you could probably grab two of these, stacked one on top of the other. But there's a fair amount of supplies per crate. There's going to be definitely enough for what the men really need in the forest.
All right. Well, let's grab a couple crates then, maybe.
Perfect. So
Okay.
get those filled up and then I'll dimension Dora's back.
Okay, so Titus stacks these up, and then you kind of grab him by the arm and dimension door back onto the docks underneath this crane.
Is anyone else thinking that boat looks like it might be a really good idea at this stage?
Potentially. So, who's actually still where, by the way, as well? Because I think I've lost track of where we all were.
So you guys were just you'd kind of rendezvoused by the docks.
Thought we'd gone back to that building. But...
Yeah. So you see Triss and Titus appear, and this kind of big crates that Titus has got. he kind of plops them down on the dock while you guys kind of reconvene.
Is there any way that we could split the contents of these crates between us to make it look a little bit less like we've just robbed the warehouse?
Not particularly. Again, your bags aren't that big. These crates are, probably about half a meter cubed.
Did we take the cart with us into the city?
Into the city, definitely, but for your stealth mission, I'd assumed you would have left it at the cobblers.
Yeah.
Rather than bringing it along, because obviously a cart parked outside for an entire day might raise suspicions or get looted.
So we'll have to get the horses and the cart back out as well, even if we do take a boat.
True. So getting it back out in the cart is probably the best idea. We could always minor illusion the crates.
Let's make it look like shoes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get Torek sat on it. They quite liked him. So we just need to kind of get it along the street back to the cobblers then, I suppose. Oh, also, alongside this, we managed to get us a decent chunk of gold.
Oh, Twitch, you ruined the fun!
Sorry, Torek. Sorry, Titus.
Oh.
Do you want a do-over and you can tell them?
No, I was gonna say, just like we keep it for ourselves. I'm only kidding. Yeah, we hand out, 2 gold bars to everybody.
Okay, so
So how many did you get?
12 total.
That's it's quite something. How many did they have?
A lot more.
Enough to pay an army.
okay, so as you guys are chatting, have a roll me another perception from your little perch.
Apple, you want some enhanceability wisdom? Eagle eyes, that would really help.
Oh god.
Havel, the kind of a salty sea breeze is really starting to sting your eyes. You're much more of a forest man than a coastal kind of guy. You spend while they're explaining all this, you kind of rubbing your eyes trying to get the sting out of them.
We've got a
Wow, I feel like someone might be coming. Let's go.
Say we leave tonight before they realize what's missing.
Yeah. The quicker we go, the better.
Those men are in need of the medicine as soon as we can get it to them.
Is it worth someone going to get the cart? We'll load it on and exit at the same time. Just happen to drive past this location.
Yeah, just blag our way out.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, which is from where we are, whereabouts is the exit or the entrance to the city?
The entrance to the city is kind of in the west.
And the cobblers?
And the cobblers is kind of, between you and the exit at this point.
Okay. So it might be easier than if we get the stuff to the cobblers, load in the cart, and then head out, rather than get the cart and come back.
Okay, can I use prestidigitation to change the symbols on the sides of the boxes?
What would you like to change them into?
Just to look like shoes.
Just to look like shoes.
Or whatever a cobbler's symbol might be in this sort of locale.
Okay, so you can't change that into a picture of a boot and a cobbler's hammer.
Oh,
Copper tongue, wasn't he? I'm gonna pop copper tongue underneath it too.
Okay.
Do you remember
yeah.
do you remember the beard that they had?
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. We'll put the beard on it
Okay.
and copper tongue.
So, yep, you prestidigitate those into those new markings.
Okay, and then we're gonna walk our way back, trying to keep to the quiet streets.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm thinking where to hide my Boolean because I feel that they may search our packs if things go bad. So I'm gonna take I've got a copy of Falnir's book. I'm gonna like get like the last half of it and just carve out uh carve out a hole in the pages. Like when you're trying to sneak prison contraband in, and just put the Boolean in there.
Okay, so you you kind of quickly carve out with a pocket knife these pages and slot the gold in. It's a very, very heavy. Like anyone who picks this book up is immediately going to know there is something wrong with it. But visually, it looks like a book.
Hmm.
Okay, so you guys are going to try and kind of get your way back to the cobblers then.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So Titus, you kind of pick up these crates again.
Yep.
And as you guys kind of walk away from the docks back onto this street, you see that these dwarven guards are, they're out in force. It seems that the effort's being directed by a kind of supervisor or a captain, which would have been really useful information to have seen before you tried to get back on the streets.
Is it too late for us to back up, or have they already seen us?
They've seen you, and one of them. Oi, you!
I'm
You
Dozer.
there! These guys are. You've got a couple of 100 feet between you and them for now. But they're kind of marching out towards you. They've seen that you've got these crates.
Tarek?
Come on, guy.
Yeah, I've dozed up on charisma. What is it? What do you want? Like crossed arms, as I step out in front of the guards, kind of like going in between them and the crates.
I want to have a look at what's in those there crates. You see, we've just had a burglary.
Are you stupid? Look at where do you think these crates came from? I've just come from the cobblers, for God's sake. I had enough of this trouble at the entrance.
He kind of looks back. Oh, from the cobblers, you say? The cobblers down on the dockyard where you've just come from?
How many of them are there?
Looks to be about 5.
Are the patrols still going around as well?
You haven't seen them.
Tarek?
Guy. Nervous.
Anyway, even
I'm
if
just
that
trying to
worked,
think of a really good lie, and oh yeah, I'll go. Well, I got a little lost. It's not like you had the courtesy to give me a map or anything. Everything just looks like destroyed. No street names or anything.
he is a little shocked that you've answered back to him. Anyway, even if it were the cobblers, you know the decree in this town, trader. All goods have been requisitioned for the use of the Nordhamerian army, effective immediately. Hand them over and be on your way.
I've just paid for these, friend. I've got friends in higher places. Do you know who I am?
Roll a deception.
Go on, guy.
I will use my cloak's ability, or my thingy's ability to.
He's already got advantage.
Oh shit! Sorted then. Plus
Yeah.
it gets. Oh, it's not a saving throw, is it? Never mind.
I'm gonna lift up the book and point to it and be like, I am Falnir! Kind of a big deal, you know.
You just... Oh god.
He just looks at you, and you could kind of see his eyes have zero spark of recognition to that name. I don't care who you are. An order from the Jarl is an order from the Jarl. You'll hand over those supplies. I don't care if you paid for them. A merchant should be more savvy with the laws of his locality next time. It's a teaching moment. Look at it that way. And he kind of gestures for his men to kind of go and
Says 5 of them.
yeah,
Oh,
confronting you.
they are too bold. That is too bold. Pretty close to Titus.
The guys are kind of stepping forward to confiscate the.
All right,
Crates.
I step forward with the crates, and then with my cat's grace still going. Guys, we're gonna kill these fucking guys, right? Like, there's no. All right, with cat's grace, I'm gonna sort of put the crates down, and then as they step forward to pick them up, I'm gonna kind of in one big sweep pick up my axe and just try and take off 1 or 2 heads before they've even realized what's going on.
Ooh, fuck.
Okay, everybody roll initiative.
I'm gonna just be continually screaming as they're approaching, just like thinking we're still going for the social game of typical dwarf. Won't even let us have the shoes on our feet.
I mean, that was the way to do it, I guess.
Oh no!
Rub all of this out. Why does it do it individually? Damn it.
No, that needs to stay on there.
Do I get?
Tristama.
Do I pull that swing off, Crispy? Or
roll me an attack against.
Get him. It is obviously gonna be you know what, because I don't have my shield. So.
Yep.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be 28.
28.
No, 27. Sorry, 27.
Okay, so that one hits. So roll me the damage for it. Alrighty, so we'll have you guys
plus 9. So it does 11 physical, 2 fire.
11 physical, 2 fire. Alrighty, so you guys are going to be kind of in this corner around here where these guys have apprehended you.
Okay.
So Titus is obviously going to be nearest to them. I'll get them out here. Give me a moment. And then I'll roll for them. But yes, Titus, you managed to kind of get a swing off at this dwarf as he steps forward to try and grab these supplies off of you.
Who's this fucking guy? Oh, look at this guy. Oh, dude, Crispy, I love the Nordhammer look. They look awesome. This bullshit.
Okay, let me roll some initiatives.
God damn it. I thought that said Power Ranger then.
Everyone can take them down. The power's outside.
Oh god, it's like that probably did a double take as well. It's like, what?
Eh?
What? Oh, for fuck's sake! Ugh.
Alrighty. Nope, that's supposed to be a 21, but we'll do the usual thing of rolling that and then go from there anyway.
Mhm.
Alrighty then, Tris, let's have a roll off to see who's going first. You are, so they can kind of stay as they are.
Cool.
Blast him, mate. Just give him hell.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit Footman number 2, and I'm gonna try and knock him back as well.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit him with 1 to begin with and see how it goes. So that is 24.
A 24 hits.
Certainly
Okay.
hope so.
Da-da-da-dee. So that's 15 damage, and he's knocked back 10 foot? Yeah, 10 foot.
10 foot. Okay, so you, as this guy is kind of still reeling from Titus's surprise attack, you kind of blast him with a bolt. He kind of staggers backwards as this force kind of knocks him off balance.
And then I'm gonna hit him with the other 2 as well. Fuck it.
Okay.
So that's a 28
The rest of you
and
do
19.
actually need to be on this board, by the way,
Mhm.
as combatants. Sorry, what was that, Tris?
28 and a 19.
Hit and a miss.
Hit and a miss. Okie dokie. And so that is 6. It's still wobbling.
Okay. So, any modifiers to that?
No, just 6 with the
6
modifier.
damage.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Okay, so another one kind of hits this dwarf who's still not quite managed to keep his footing yet, so he goes back another.
Cool. How high
Blasted him.
is this pile of stuff in the middle? High enough to
So
hide
this
behind?
it's kind of like a what was once a merchant stall. Most of the goods are gone. Clearly, they've been taken back into that warehouse compound you've just left, but the actual stalls themselves are there and the stands with this kind of tarpaulin cover. But you could vault over you can move through it basically. You could vault the counter, but you could also hide behind the counter if you wanted.
Yeah, I'm gonna just duck myself behind the counter. Where do I need to be? Like in here?
Yeah, roughly.
Okie dokie. That's me.
Okay, cool. So seeing this take place, the kind of guy who's first reacts is this chap at the back who you see him kind of pull out a kind of a device that looks fairly similar to the one Torek carries, only instead of being like one long tube, this one seems to have like an almost kind of like trumpet-like cone at the end.
Oh, fuck.
Whoa.
And he pulls out a kind of a spherical object in his out of his pouch, and he kind of puts what appears to be a piece of string against a pipe that he's smoking, and then shoves this into the barrel. And as his kind of friend grabs himself up from these blasts, he actually fires this up and over his friend. So you guys. Titus, you kind of watch and ready your axe as this thing arcs into the air. But as you're about to kind of swing it away, this thing gets to about 15 feet overhead and then just detonates. So everybody in this kind of 15-foot square is going to need to make me a dex save. So that's going to be Havel, Reuben, Titus, and Braxton.
Oh, mate, I wish I had
Oh.
my shield right now.
Oh, no. Titus, you still have the cat's grace upon you.
Well,
and you can see it
I
coming, so,
always get,
I'm
yeah, I
winning
still get
Braxton,
advantage.
so-
But if I
Yeah,
have
won't
my
be me.
shield, if I get my shield, what do we get near Braxton?
+4.
What? That's sick.
Plus. No, mine ends up being an 18. I'm a
So what,
5.
what was the DC?
18 actually, as it happens. So
Right, okay.
Havel's okay.
16.
That would be a fail.
Whatever the effect is, I still only take half damage.
Okay.
Evasion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everybody who fails that, you're going to take 66 piercing and then 2d6 fire. So I'll roll
He said
piercing.
66.
I was like, well, I'm fucking dead.
That's what I was like, what?
Roll.
So 19 piercing.
Oh,
And
So-
how much
So
fire?
9 for Titus.
9 for Titus. And then 4 fire damage on top of that.
Which is 4 for Titus.
So that's 44 damage for Rule in total.
44 damage for Rulin, putting him on 33.
Wait.
Wait, hold on. How would you
What?
get 44 from that? What are you on about?
Well, 66 halved to 33.
No, 6d6.
Not
Oh,
66.
60.
Yeah.
I thought it said 66.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's what I thought you said.
All right,
Okay,
so
so
that'll
let's-
be 11 damage then.
Tell you what, let me work this out on my end, and I'll get back to you. We can compare notes on that. So Braxton, you failed, didn't you?
Correct.
So that is going to be with no resistances, total of 23 damage, puts you on 80. Havel passed it, so he's only going to take half damage, which is going to be, what's that? 23. We'll round it down to 11 damage.
sorry, ignore that 3.
That'd be the
59.
same. 11 for Rule.
Yep, 11 for Rulin, so that's 66. Titus, you failed it as well, didn't you?
Yep.
But you're resistant to the piercing, so you're going to take
Yep.
9 and then the 4 fire damage, so 13.
Yep.
Which, let me quickly add that on. 48.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, this well, as you've worked it out, kind of grenade
Grenade.
detonates midair, the kind of a fuse ticking down to burn above, and just kind of like peppers you guys with, you know, red hot fragments of metal and kind of ball bearings in there. Triss, hiding behind the counter, you kind of see the tarpaulin just start to get, like, you know, peppered with these shots, and like the shrapnel's kind of like thudding into the counter that you're kind of hiding behind and under. Tarek, you kind of see this coming, and obviously knowing roughly what the weapon is, you manage to throw yourself out of harm's way.
Yeah. Titus, you need to do a concentration check to see if you keep the cat's grace.
Which is Constitution, right?
Yep.
Barbarians are the best caster.
How about this? How about this?
So Chaz has used his nat
Ooh.
20 of the evening on a concentration check,
Which is great.
so you maintain your cat's grace. You take that shrapnel elegantly, my friend.
Meow.
Okay, so
Someone put cat ears on Titus.
so kind of seeing you guys kind of distracted and, you know, under assault here, the kind of the leader, you know, kind of cries out, "Get them!" And he kind of is going to charge in, and he's going to take a swing at Titus, being the biggest threat. Actually, while am I rolling? I'll roll his attacks at the same time. So that is going to be a hit and 2 hits.
I think I'm gonna.
So that is going to be 17 slashing damage, so half that to what, 8 damage?
I'm gonna.
And then, are you going to Stone's Endurance it?
I think so. I'm gonna Stone's Endurance the hit. I think so.
Okay, cool.
Just because.
So yeah, roll that up.
So minus 11.
So the axe doesn't cut, but I am going to need a DC 18 con save, please.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't go in too deep.
That's 19 actually.
Okay, so yeah, the kind of again the tough stony flesh of your kind, kind of doing as much for you as it probably could. Alrighty then, Titus, you're up.
I don't like that he hit me, to be honest with you. So I'm going to try and position myself well. So seeing that this footman's open, Titus, kind of nimbly pounces around. Meow! Sort of nimbly footwork around. Meow! That is because he doesn't know the noise cats make, and then he's gonna hit the, and he's just gonna smash this Reaver,
Yeah. Okay.
with both attacks. He's gonna
This better be what I think it is.
bonus action rage and go reckless with it. So, all right. So that is a 25.
That hits.
Certainly hope so. That is 17 physical for fire.
Okay.
And
It's a big hit.
next one. 23.
That hits.
Good. Good. That is 16 physical to fire.
Okay. So you kind of smack this guy pretty hard with your axe, but his armor holds. Mostly, it doesn't seem to bother him that much. The axe doesn't cut too deeply.
And then instead of screaming like I normally do, I go moo as I'm attacking.
Okay, this clearly draws a look of surprise, but that's quickly gone in the heat of the melee. Okay, Havel and Rulin, you can choose who goes first in this scenario.
Not that fast.
You go first then. First on the board.
Rich, that's so good. I only just saw you move.
Every time.
It's so bad.
He's just role playing his plate armor. It's fine.
So first thing I'm gonna do is after that is move the fuck away from people, knowing that they have an area of effect attack, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
So these are like kind of mostly destroyed, aren't they? I could still like kind of pop shots through.
Yeah. You've got like an opening to fire through.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, cool. Who's gonna be the best one? It does look like Power Ranger.
That was totally deliberate.
He's cause he's got a crossbow. So bow v bow, methinks. I'll do Hunter's Mark level 1 bonus action on the Quarreler. So that'll come into effect next time, and I'll pop off two arrows, 2 standard arrows.
Okay.
As well. So we have a 69, 20, 21, and an 18.
Hit and a miss.
Oh, damn. That moment when you can't remember how much damage you actually do. 1d8. Okay. Oh, that's all of 7 damage.
7 damage. Okay. So you got to fire an arrow through this stand here, Havon. You kind of catch him kind of on his kind of left forearm here, but you can see his. The arrow sinks in, but the armor's quite thick, so it stops before it goes, too deep. Like you've pierced it, but not completely, or enough to do like a devastating blow.
Don't you get +1 d6 for Hunter's Mark?
It's, if I remember correctly, it doesn't come in effect until the
Next turn, I think, isn't it?
Oh,
Working
really?
of it.
Yeah, let me have a look.
Oh.
Choose a quarry until the spell ends. I swear there was something we read about it where it was like the next one. Although actually, reading it now, choose a creature you can see within range, mystically mark it until the spell
I
ends. Deal
don't
1d6.
seem to remember that. 'Cause
You
I've used
can
it.
move it on your next turn to someone else, can't you?
I think it goes immediately, mate.
Oh, yeah. If you kill an enemy before it ends, you can use it on a subsequent turn.
Yeah, you can use a bonus action to move it to another target, can't you?
Oh, shit. I thought it was the subsequent turn is when it came into effect.
No, you can. Yeah, I've used ranges before, and it's immediate.
Ah, well. This entire time. We'll do it next round anyway, but next time. We'll know. Well, we know for next time. Because I've already rolled and shit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, good to know, I guess. So yeah, the arrow kind of impacts his arm, and you can't see him recoil from it, but he very quickly kind of shrugs it off. Brilliant.
Right. So Titus seems to have these guys wrapped up. Say take. Oh, okay. Move round this guy. Footman 2. And I'll make a spear attack.
Okay.
Spear attack number 1. It's, plus 11, 25.
Hits.
Okay, I'll do these separately as I normally do because you know what's coming. 13 damage on that one.
13 damage. Okay.
And a key point for stunning strike. DC 15. Con.
So he fails it.
Okay, stunned. Second attack at advantage. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. That's 16 damage on that one.
Okay, so using the kind of stun to kind of make an opening, you kind of come in with that upward spear thrust, and you kind of get him just by the collarbone. But you kind of feel the chainmail part as the kind of the adamantine iridium alloy kind of goes into his flesh underneath.
Gnarly. And how's he looking at this point? Pretty nasty.
He's bleeding quite a bit.
Yeah, okay. All right, yeah. Another key point then, and we'll do flurry of blows. Yeah, just one at a time. 26, yeah.
Hits.
14 damage on that one.
Okay.
And then second attack. I won't do special effect really if he's stunned. 20.
20 doesn't hit.
A 20 doesn't hit. Okay.
A 20 doesn't hit, I'm afraid.
20 doesn't.
What?
You didn't say anything, so I just assumed it did. But okay.
Alrighty, so with that attack, you've actually left him stunned, so it moves on to the Quarrel's turn. So kind of pulling out this arrow, he kind of dashes over to one of these tables and kind of slides into cover behind one of these stools before popping up and taking a shot at you there. Well, taking a couple of shots actually. If we're might as well roll them together because they're going to be just regular attacks, not at advantage. So that is going to be a hit and a miss. So let me roll it up. Got lucky there, so that's going to be 5 piercing damage. Havel.
The shootout across the market is pretty sick, actually.
Yeah, here it is. But Havel, I'm also going to need you to make me a DC 16 con save.
Okay. Any particular reason, or?
Yeah.
Tell me.
I remember having to do one when he hit me. I see there's a little theme
Yeah,
here.
might be something going on here.
Yeah.
Con's my worst one as well, so I might actually use that advantage if Guy didn't need it from my cloak.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck you! I didn't even need it. The first one was an 18. Yeah. Okay.
So, Havel, you start to feel like a bit of a tingle
Mm.
where this arrow's hit. So you kind of quickly rip the bolt out, and sure enough, you see the kind of the end seems to have been coated in something. So you kind of quickly throw it to the ground and then kind of lean down to the wound and suck and spit, and kind of like a foul tasting liquid kind of falls to the cobblestones. But you've kind of caught it before it's really circulated.
Cool.
This is a little scary.
So, Tarek, me and you need a roll off for who's going first here. 18's a score to beat.
Oh no! Oh!
He's done it.
Nice.
Bloody hell.
Go on, guy. You've got to have something up your sleeve here,
Alright.
mate.
Torek is going to. I don't know. I will. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Yeah, and I'm going to try and cast Booming Blade onto my adversary.
Okay.
So
Is that how Torek says it as well?
Um, yeah.
Booming blade.
Blade!
What does that do?
You brandish your weapon using the spell's casting and make a melee attack. On a hit, the target suffers normal weapon's effect. I fucking missed.
You do, in fact, miss. And
That's Torek's inner monologue for that entire exchange.
the Reaver's actually going to use his reaction to take an attack at you, Tarek.
What? Mage Slayer.
So that is going to be 16, so you're safe. You kind of. He's obviously busy with Titus here, but like seeing you come up behind him with your weapon kind of whirring, he kind of takes a backhand swing at you. The axe is large and heavy enough that you've got a bit of time to pull your face back and away from it, but you lose a few beard hairs.
Ooh. As I'm like going back and leaning back, I'm gonna use my bonus action to boots like back 5 feet.
Okay, yep. So you kind of click your heels together and think of Kansas.
Kansas being 5 feet behind me.
Yep.
I hereby dub this 5 foot, 5 foot square Kansas.
Kansas.
Yep, and that will be my go. I figured it'd be a good idea because I'd be in cover if I end my turn here. And also, I've only got 5 movement, unlike you, 30-foot movement. Superior races.
Okay, cool. So you didn't quite get the effect you wanted for, but you didn't get punished for it either. So as this is going on, this this footman here, he's obviously engaged with Titus here, but he can see that his captain is also fighting Titus, and these guys are they've just won a battle and sacked a city, so they're fairly battle hardened. He trusts his captain's ability, and he saw what Triss did to his comrades, so he's actually going to kind of move away from you, Titus. So attack of opportunity.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a 29.
Hits.
So, 18. No, that's 18 physical, 3 fire.
Okay, so it's a big hit, but the kind of discipline holds, and as does most of his armor. So he kind of winces, but kind of keeps pushing forwards. And as he does, he kind of vaults onto this counter that you're hiding behind, Triss, and he's going to make 3 weapon attacks against you.
Boop.
So that is going to be just a crit. Now, luckily for you, you have the adamantine stud, so that's actually just going to mitigate it to a regular hit.
Bloody hell.
That's amazing, the adamantine. That's so sick.
It's it is a powerful ability, so that is going to be just for 1. But it is going to roll the max damage, so that's going to be 12 damage for Triss.
Okay.
And then finally, Braxton, having done his stretches and warmed up.
Had a quick nap,
Cup of tea.
Oh. Right. Let's just come into the Reaver over here. Can I like slide past this corner of the stall? Is that fine?
Yeah, you can get past that.
Yeah, just to get to here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do 2 hammer attacks on the Reaver here.
Okay.
That's no good. That's a 13 and a 20.
13 and a 20, so actually that's going to be 2 misses.
Damn.
20 misses. Oh!
High AC, low HP.
That's what was worth waiting for, right?
Just walks in there, but this again battle hardened captain gets his shield in the way of this assault. Just doesn't have the effect you're looking for. Okay, so as you're doing this guy at the back, he's reloaded a little bit since last, but he's seen this very, very close range threat who's just currently wailing on his ally. So he's actually going to reach into his pocket and cram a bunch of stuff into the barrel of his gun and then just blast it at you, Rulin.
Okay. Firing into melee? Well, there is no, it's firing out of melee, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter anyway. That's actually missed. So not wanting to hit his ally, he kind kind of gives it a bit too much of a adjustment, and you manage to kind of dodge this devastating blast of shrapnel that just kind of tears this market stall behind you into ribbons. Torek, you're kind of hiding behind this, but you just kind of start to hear and see the crates around you just getting torn to splinters.
What?
Oh Jesus, that's scary.
What's Jazz? What
Wasn't it Triss's go?
Yeah, but he's doing some descriptions for Torek because he's nice.
Oh. Well,
Oh no, it is Triss's go.
yeah, I'm going to say, yeah.
Why didn't
Oh,
But
I thought you were
shit.
saying like, Torek's in the area. Here's what you see, kind of thing. I was like, yeah, that's cool.
No, he's right. Okay, ignore that. That is not a valid combat round.
Can we not ignore that because it missed at
yeah,
the
can
end?
we take that as his turn?
But he could be dead after this one. You never know.
Oh yeah, true.
So we'll go back and Triss, you can do your thing. My apologies.
Now I've got conundrums. Oh god. Right, I'm gonna try and hit this footman who's right in front of me with an just the one Eldritch Blast.
Mm-hmm.
And see
Slide
if
him,
it's
slide him over here for me, Triss.
15? Nope. I'm gonna try
15
again.
misses.
27?
Okay, so the first one he blocks with his shield and kind of braces against the impact, but as he raises it, you kind of put a bolt into his exposed shins.
12 damage, and I push him back 10 feet.
Hello.
Okay, so he, you kind of blast him off the stool, but he manages to stay on his feet, but staggers back into this brawl.
And then through the gap between all of these people, I'm gonna take my last blast at the Powder Ranger at the back.
Okay.
Sorry, the
Go,
Power
go,
Ranger.
Powder Ranger.
And that's 26.
So that hits.
Go, go, Powder Ranger.
And
You mighty
that is
dwarven
a-
powder ranger.
Sorry, what was 6 damage?
and 10 foot as well for him.
Okay.
Mighty Dwarven Power Ranger.
Oh, and
Okay.
actually, I'm not done. I'm fucking scarpering.
Fair enough. So,
It's just there, and I'm gonna sort of crouch.
okay, so now it's for Power Ranger's actual turn. So
You
he
have to
was
say it slowly just to make sure you got it right.
yeah. He was kind of reloading, looking at Rulon, but as this kind of blast rips out through the market and kind of hits him, and kind of staggers him back, he kind of puts his hand back into his pocket and pulls out another one of those orbs,
No!
and he just launches that through the air towards Triss and Havel there. So I'm going to need another DC 18 dex save, please.
Oh, sorry, Havel.
Why the fuck are you near me? Piss off.
I
It's not
think
us,
that-
it's you, maybe.
Let's have a look.
it's a dexterity saving throw, isn't it?
It is a dex save, yep.
Oh,
17.
17.
Okay,
Shit.
so you are both going to take the full damage, and you're not resistant to either of them, so I'll just go ahead and roll those. At the
So
same
damn
time.
close. Wait, was that
Oh,
what did I roll? Sorry.
17.
17.
Said.
No, what did I roll? Like, what was the actual dice?
9.
And it was dex saving throw, wasn't it?
It was dex.
Oh shit! I get +9 on dex saving throw, so that's an 18.
Okay,
no.
in which case you are only going to take 15 damage then, Havel.
I was reading the wrong thing. Yeah, for saving throws, yeah, dex 9.
So
And I take
that's
31.
Yep, so let's put Havel on, what's that, 39, and Triss on 13.
Yeah.
So yeah, this, again, this kind of whizzing sound as you kind of watch this, in the fading light, really, this orange light twirling through the sky before, detonating in a kind of flash above you, and again the tents around you are just shredded by this shrapnel as you guys are kind of peppered by the blast. And then it's moving on to the Reaver. So he's, clearly busy now, Torek. So he's kind of, he's swung at you, but he's now like ignored you as the bigger threats are nearby. So he's going to do an attack against each of you here, Titus and Braxton. So I'll do Titus first.
Come at me, bro.
So Reckless, wasn't it?
Now bear in mind, yeah, he gets advantage against me, but he will get disadvantage against Braxton.
Yes. So that is going to be a 20, so that is going to go through.
Yep.
So it's going to be 7 physical damage, so that's going to be like after your resistance is 3, but I need a con save. Oh no, sorry, it'll be 5 because of his modifiers.
Okay, so down to 32. Con save. That's 23.
Okay, so you pass that one, and then the hit against Braxton. So disadvantage. So yeah, the axe comes down, but it's an easy blow to block with your large shield there, Braxton. So you parry that one quite effectively.
Nice.
And then Titus, it is your go.
Gonna do 2 attacks against the Reaver.
Mm-hmm.
First one. Oh, I thought it was a 20. Oh. It is an unnatural 20.
Then in which case I'm afraid it's a miss.
Yeah. Alright. Second attack. It's 24.
That one goes through.
It's 15 physical, 2 fire.
Okay, so another hit goes through. You can see now his armor's starting to dent and fold in places where it probably shouldn't dent and fold. It won't be.
Oh.
It won't be. The axe hasn't gone through entirely, but it's definitely doing damage. Okay.
All right.
Havel and Roland again.
Havel, do you want to take a shot? Maybe
Hey, literally. Take a
Roland can then
shot.
have a look, see where he can go from there.
Yeah, getting the fuck away from her.
Yeah, spread out.
Sorry about that.
Stop getting near me, wench.
Tris Bundy, bringer of death. Yeah.
So looking around, I see the quarreler here. Taking a quick glance as I'm running, who kind of looks like they are in the worst bloodied state?
Probably at the moment the kind of footman that Ruland's wailing on. He's in the most precarious position.
Tell you what I'll do. He's stunned, not prone, so that's fine. And how's the powder ranger looking actually over there?
Virtually untouched.
Oh.
Except that pipe he's smoking could have lung cancer from that, but
Yep, so if we keep this battle going for another 10 years.
Yep, maybe.
It's about to say, the guy literally plays with gunpowder, so probably not long for this world anyway.
Alright. Well, I'm definitely still dueling with this guy, so I'm going to split them. 1 shot at Footman 2 and then 1 shot at the Quarreler.
Okay, so the footman is stunned, so you get advantage on that one.
Oh, mint. This was a great idea. Oh my god. Work, tabletop, there we go. So, this will be for the Footman. Does a 27 hit?
A 27 does hit.
I do not have Hunter's Mark on this one, so it's a standard. 7 plus 5. Jesus Christ, learn to maths. It's a 12. And I'll tell you what, before I take the shot at the Quarreler, because I forgot to do it when I took damage earlier, it is a concentration. Hunter's Mark, isn't it?
Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, it is.
So I will have to roll a. Where does it tell me what you need?
I think your default is 10. I don't think you took more damage when that's proc.
Alright, okay.
High numbers.
And it'll just be a d20. Alright, so let's see if I continue the concentration.
Yep. You're
Cool.
good.
So next shot at the Quarreler. It'll be a 24.
Okay, so as the quarreler, peers over the table to kind of get a look to see whether his arrow's kind of brought down his mark, you kind of fire another arrow through these market stands, and you kind of see this arrow kind of hit him, not quite center of his face, but like his cheek, and it kind of goes through and into one of his ears. And he very kind of quickly sticks his head back down.
Well, that's one way to get an ear piercing.
You'd know what
First
I'm
rule.
doing.
Don't forget. I was going to say.
First
Don't forget
rule,
your
now
one.
the- Now the Quarreler.
No, well, yeah.
So
That's what
when
I'm doing.
Havel retires, he's just going to start piercing ears.
Yeah. Just open up shop.
Not for a
With
job, just
arrows
as a
and
hobby,
pickaxes, yeah.
As a hobby,
I
to
would like,
undoing citizens, yeah.
I would like an ear
Forgot
piercing.
about-
Alright, let's go and stand up against that wall.
Stay very still.
Forgot about Roland's piercing. That's sick.
Well, yeah, didn't Titus give me...
Yeah.
What was
Mammoth
it you gave
bone.
me?
Yeah, mammoth bone
That was it, yeah.
piercing. Yeah. I believe,
That's what-
if
that's
I'm
what you
right,
check.
I believe it's plus 10 AC, actually, I think, if I remember.
Oh, okay.
Crispy's just like, no.
Well, actually, I'd say, yeah, because it's armor, it actually fucks with his unarmored defense, so negative. You actually net loss on that. So,
Well, it's not armor, it's an accessory, so I'm not sure if that counts.
It is their jewellery.
alrighty. So,
Should have said this
Havel's taking his shots. What's the plan here, Roland?
Yes, well, this Power Ranger over here is doing some pretty nasty business with that mysterious explosive launcher. We'll have to come up with the name for that. So, yeah, fuck it. I'll skirt away from this guy and I'll move over. Actually, try and put myself between him and the Quarreler.
Okay.
I put him between myself and the Quarreler. And then, yeah, let's get it on with the Power Ranger. Okay, first attack. Spear attack. Is a 15. Guessing that's a miss.
Yep. So he kind of sees you charging in and throws himself down.
Yep. Second attack. Is a 21.
That one does hit.
Does hit. Okay, that's nice. Okay, damage first. 14.
14 damage. Okay.
And let's do the old stunning strike. DC 15 con.
15 con. Alrighty. So it's a pass, but just.
Key point flurry of blows.
Mm-hmm.
First attack. 25. And yeah, fuck it. I'll try a stunning strike on that as well.
Okay. So roll damage first, I guess.
Oh yeah, sorry, I should have done that first. 6. 14 again.
Okay. And then stunning strike. This one he fails.
Yes. Okay, and then final flurry of blow attack, which will be advantage. 28.
Hits.
6. 11 damage from that.
Okay. So yeah, you again just kind of beat down on this guy now that he's stunned.
And yeah, this one's no longer stunned.
Yeah. Alrighty. So now that he's kind of come back to his senses and seeing that you've moved on, he's going to try and get some vengeance. So he's actually going to kind of barrel in and make 3 attacks against you, Ruland.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna have the spirits help Rulin here.
So that's going to be 2 hits and a miss. So let me roll all that up.
First hit, I'll use my reaction to reduce it.
You reduce it by hit or just by total damage?
I think it's by hit.
So that's
10.
18 total damage. Max, you can reduce that by is 14 then. Sorry, not
So it's
14.
down 10. It's only 10 anyway.
Okay,
So 10 damage.
10 damage to Rulin.
And I'll do reaction to try and blind you with this spear.
Okay, so
And that's a 15D, yeah, can't save.
which he fails. So
So he's blinded.
That dwarf is having a real bad time.
I don't know, he got a few licks in there. But
yep.
It's really hard to feel too guilty, though.
Yeah. Okay, so the Quarreler, having reloaded, is he kind of popped back up and is going to take more shots at Havel across the market. Neither of which are actually going to do any good. Havel, you kind of hear the funk of 2 bolts kind of like hitting the other side of his counter that you're kind of taking cover behind.
Gonna Neo the shit out of that.
And then Torek.
Lovely. I'm going to move into combat range again. And I'm going to use my shocking grasp on the Reaver this time. And I'm hoping this one will be a bit more successful. The Reaver's wearing metal armor, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So I get advantage on the attack.
Okay.
And it is a melee spell attack. So I think I get a +9.
What's that add up to?
26.
26 hits.
Sick. That'll do. Sorry, I am so slow. 3d8 thunder damage. +5, so 17.
17 damage. Okay. So yeah, you kind of grab this guy, kind of by the back of his kind of chainmail shirt, and discharge this energy into it. And you kind of see him kind of jolt a bit as his muscles start to involuntarily twitch.
Nice.
So he loses his reaction as well, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Which is good for you.
There is not a bonus 5 to that damage. I apologize. It technically lightning damage isn't covered under alchemist bonus damage.
Okay. Still, he loses his reaction, so you don't get a smack around your head for the trouble.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to move the last 3 squares around here behind these boxes, slowly approaching on the Quarreler.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Slowly but surely. So the footman, now he's been blasted around. And again, he's seeing that this captain is kind of holding his own here, but he has just seen you, Torek, try to succeed to zap him with this foul magic. So he's actually gonna again go for you. So Braxton, attack of opportunity, please.
Like, never mind.
So learning from his mistake with going after Triss, he keeps his shield and guard well up, and as the hammer swings around, he kind of manages to absorb most of the impacts into the kind of thick wood of his shield. And then Torek, he's going to make 3 attacks against you. And they're all going to hit because your AC is 18, isn't it?
It is indeed 18. I am not buffing it right now. That is bad.
Luckily for you, he rolled low, so that's going to be 18 damage.
Alrighty.
As this kind of, barrage of axe blows rains down on your unarmored, exposed head. And then finally around to Braxton.
Oh boy, I can't wait to miss these 2 attacks again.
Come fight these. Come fight these guys. These guys, they're easy to hit.
I was going to say, Ruler's got him sorted over there.
Hang on. One of them's a 23.
Yep, that hits.
Oh!
Let's get a level 1 smite up in here as well.
Alrighty.
Ooh,
Shit!
up in here.
Level 1. That's
Mighty Dwarven Powder Rangers.
Um,
That was just.
do I need to split out the damage types or just do them all together?
Do them all together. There's no
Yeah.
resistance.
That's 31. Oh, and then there's. Oops, sorry, I've clicked the wrong one. And then 2 core damage, so 33 damage.
33 damage, so it's a big hammer blow. Kind of, give it a lot of momentum. Kind of, big swing, overhanded. As you bring it down onto this dwarf, using your height over him as a bit of an advantage, you kind of hear a crunch as this connects. And you kind of hear a gasp as the air is knocked out of him. But as he staggers back, he does manage to bring his shield up pretty quickly after that.
Fucking hell. Against Braxton and Titus, and he's just still going. Fucking hell.
Okay. So as this is going on, and Torek, you get a bit closer. You kind of hear footsteps and yelling in the distance. This ruckus here, and especially the explosions, has definitely caught the attention of some people. This you're in a city that isn't particularly friendly to you, shall we say? And one of the guard patrols emerges from this street, running and shouting. So I'll roll our initiative real quick. That's going to be. And then Footman. So yeah, these guys kind of burst into the fight and see what's going down. Triss, seeing as you're not particularly engaged at the moment, roll me an intelligence saving throw.
What?
That is 13.
Triss, so you recognise these two as being 2 of the dwarves who were playing that poker game. It seems that these aren't the regular guard patrols. This ruckus is actually drawing guards in from the actual depot itself.
Oh shit. I'm gonna tune into who am I closest to? It would have to be Titus and let him know that we're gonna have to go, otherwise we're gonna draw way too much attention. We already are doing.
My sneaky cat instincts agree.
Okay, so incidentally, it is actually your turn as well, Triss.
Oh God, what do we do? Oops. I am gonna hit the Powder Ranger with Chill Touch. Ghostly Skeletal Hand. Range spell attack as normal. 17.
That's going to be a miss.
Advantage, because he's stunned.
Oh yeah, he is stunned, so yeah.
Let me roll another one. 27?
That one hits.
Okay, and we're hitting him with... What are we hitting him with? 3d8. That's 14 damage, and he can't heal that until... sorry, that's 3d8 necrotic damage, and he can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
Okay.
And he's got a hand attached to him,
Right, okay.
just to add to the fun.
Hmm.
That sounds like really good. That sounds really nice.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, and that's me.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, this guy, you hit him with this kind of necrotic damage. And you kind of see him already stunned. So it's really hard to gauge your reactions. But, well, to be honest, you're quite far away as well. Really, but you've probably done some good damage, you reckon? And then, yeah, the Powder Ranger is stunned, so he's going to miss that go. So again, this Reaver, he's just going to try and, hold his own against you two here. So this time he reckons, he didn't have much luck getting through that thick armor with the axe, so he's going to go for what he sees a softer, unarmored target. So he's going to roll 2 against Titus.
Softer.
And that one's a crit. And then his next one. A crit and a hit. So let me work out what that is going to be. This plus 8. So that's going to be 29.
I'm going to use
14 damage.
I'm going to use cat-like defense. And meow.
I was going to say, you're going to piss on him or like hiss at him or something.
Okay, so
piss.
Big axe hits
Yeah.
Titus. The first one's not so bad, as it slaps kind of down across you. But then you expect him to kind of pull it back in and go again. So you get in there to try and do an attack against him, but he just brings it directly back upwards into your chin. And his blade kind of creates a nasty gash all up your face.
Man, if you thought I was on low health last session, whoo!
Alrighty.
Oh no, we'll save the potion for when we need it.
So these guys having emerged, the footman reacts quite quickly. He starts to charge in to help his allies. But being a dwarf, he only has 25 feet, so he doesn't get massively far. Yeah, that's... Actually, you know what? No, he's going to use his action to dash. So he can't hit you, Torek, but he's really kind of got his head down and charging at you.
Piss.
Titus, So
Uh,
to answer to that
Yeah.
serious blow.
Well, you know. Ooh. All right. I'm gonna do one attack on the Reaver.
Okay.
Reckless. It's 24.
Hits.
It's 17 physical and 1 fire.
17 physical, 1 fire. Okay.
Oh, go on, he's dead. Go on. Oh, come on. The crates are still over here, aren't they?
Yeah, that's where it's all started.
Yeah. So I'm going to use my bonus while I'm still near Torek and Braxton to yell, "We need to get out of here. There are more coming." And, fucking that would be an attack of opportunity, wouldn't it?
It would.
I'm going to hit the Reaver again.
Okay.
It's
There's a
23.
hit.
It's 11 physical and 1 fire.
So the axe comes down. He brings up his shield to kind of parry this, but the axe just goes through it. You actually kind of lop off his forearm as it goes down, and just the axe embeds itself, and the battered armor finally gives. The axe lodges itself in his chest,
Oh, get in.
and the blade starts to glow that little bit more orange.
Yes. And oh yes. Oh, I feel bad. Oh, because he was a good warrior. Oh, I feel bad.
You've sent him to his ancestors where they can be proud.
No, he hasn't.
No, I have not. You guys wouldn't know that. I feel bad. Oh fuck. Okay. Well, that's the end of that turn. I can't risk a. I can't risk a an attack of opportunity. So it is Quarreler 2.
Okay, so yep, the second quarreler. He sees his mate hunkering down with blood dripping from his face. He can't quite get there, but it's he is able to scan out across and see Havel there and the arrows lodged from your cover. So he catches on quite quickly, being a fairly crack troop. So he's going to take 2 shots at you as well, Havel. So that is going to be, what's your AC again?
18, but it gets +4 if you hit me on consecutive attacks.
Oh, okay, on consecutive attacks, so I should probably roll one of those separately then, because one of them definitely hit, and then I'll need to do that other one. Okay, so hit and a miss. So yeah, one of these arrows kind of whizzes into you as you're kind of engaging the other one, but you kind of quickly pull yourself behind cover, and the other one whizzes past. So let me roll the damage for that. So that's going to be 9 damage there, Havel. And I'm going to need you to make me another DC 17 con, please.
A consecutive save, got it. Well, that's a fail.
So as the arrow sticks in again, you kind of rip it out, but not as fast as the previous one. You start to kind of, your head starts to pound, and you feel a little bit dizzy. So you are poisoned, which means you're going to have disadvantage on your attacks.
Excellent. That's exactly what I wanted. But
that is the end of his go. Titus has already been. So actually, yeah, it's either you or Rulen now.
Just keep with the rhythm. You go first. There's nothing pressing that Ruler needs to do. Oh,
Is he there?
Jace,
Sorry, what?
your
You're
turn.
okay.
Oh shit! Sorry.
I say we'll just keep the pattern of Havel.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. So we are planning an escape from overhearing the bellowing words of a giant.
I mean, if we do kill these dwarves, we might have time to loot the warehouse, as these guys are from the warehouse, right?
Yes, but we also
Not all of
possibly continually have more people coming.
Yeah, this
All
is
of
not
them.
good. We need to
You,
go.
you remember the spiders? The big ass spider things. Every time we killed a few, about 12 more came in.
Don't be ridiculous. They had 6 legs.
Don't be silly, Havel. It's only a city. How many dwarves can it possibly hold?
So I'm going to take 2 shots at Toric. No. Considering we're planning on backing off, I'm going to see what I can do to try and help these guys out or engage directly in front of me. So I'll just take 2 shots at this footman directly in front of Titus. That's the one.
Okay.
Doodooey. And that will be a... Oh, you bastard! So that'll be a hit and a miss.
Mhm.
Oh, that
No,
was on
you-
19 and then just like very slowly went mlump onto 4.
Aren't you poisoned? So isn't that one with disadvantage?
Oh
It
shit,
is-
that is a good
it
point.
is
I completely forgot
disadvantage.
about that. Alright,
So,
so that's a miss.
Yep.
And the second one, yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Is a miss. Cool. We didn't do much
Havel.
this round.
You kind of take aim as you usually do, but like when everything's kind of spinning backwards and forwards, it's very hard to kind of get an accurate shot into a fairly active melee combat. Bonus is you don't hit your allies, but the arrows kind of whiz past this dwarf.
Yeah, okay. And I will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Trying to keep kind of behind this, but also move towards everyone else. If we're planning on running together, so kind of came round, and I will sit there. And that'll be me.
Rulen.
So, okay. I will attack the blinded guy first. Yeah.
You do
okay.
so with advantage against a blinded target.
Yeah.
And against stunned guys, actually. Right?
Good job as well. 25.
25 hits.
That's 12 damage on the first attack.
Okay.
Spear. Second attack with the spear. It's 24. Uh, 11 damage.
Yep. So
Out.
you kind of stab this guy kind of just in the throat, and you see him just like drop his axe and try and kind of stem the bleeding, but he kind of quickly chokes.
Nice. So he's gone. And then turning to this guy, let's do ye old flurry of blows. Yeah. Alright, okay, I've got an idea. Right, yeah, let's do flurry of blows. So that's a key point. Which takes me down to 5 total at the moment. And then first attack is still going to miss. Actually, that's only a 17. Second attack Is a 22.
That hits.
Okay. Do damage on that. 6. 7 damage on that. And I'll also spend another key point to do Stunning Strike again. That's just an auto succeed because he fails ability checks.
Okay.
So he's still stunned until the end of my next turn. And now, yes, we're going to take this opportunity to start retreating.
Falling back. Okay.
To was this like partial cover kind of?
It's kind of a stool with a counter in it. There would be, something to hide behind.
Okay, so
Maybe
just
not
try and
fully.
take cover against the quarrelers and just
Yeah.
shout to everyone. I guess. Well, actually, is this actually a street that we can exit through? We did.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, we did determine that. Okay. Shout. Oh, oh, what was that? How heavy were the crates?
Heavy enough that you're going to need probably, either Titus or 2 of you to get them.
Okay, so Rulin's not going to be able to grab it. Okay, right, yeah. Just hold up here for now until everyone else starts falling back. That's it.
Okay. Alrighty then. So with you two, it is the first quarreler. So now that Havel's starting to run, this has kind of like broken his tunnel vision on him a bit. So he's looking around, seeing what he can do, and I think he's seeing that you guys are starting to run here. So he actually vaults the counter here to get an idea of what's going on here, and he's actually going to fire a shot again into the back of Havel as he's running, but also one into Triss. So against Havel. That's going to hit.
It's kind of cool that ranger on ranger shootout. That was sick.
So that's going to be 13 damage, Havel. And then against Triss. That is going to miss. Bit longer range, you have the time to dodge, seeing as you're obviously kind of looking out over your allies rather than running away. Havel, you're already poisoned, so don't bother with the con save.
Oh, thanks. You're so kind.
Torek.
The stunned target here. I was thinking of casting my last spell slot. Or maybe.
How do you do that?
How
do you make the arrow come down? Just so you know.
Oh no, I tried to shift tab, and it didn't work, and it made an arrow.
It's just tab.
Cool. That's just really useful.
That is handy.
Ah, fuck's sake! Fuck!
Sorry,
but yeah,
it already took us a year and a bit to find that out.
Yeah, that's really useful though. Just to, like, hey, it's right here. It's cool.
Yeah, I think Torek is going to move here and then take the disengage action, fucking yawn, to shift 5 here. And get on his merry way. The grates are here, right?
Yes.
Cool. I'm going to try and pick one up as we go.
You can't! Guy, were you not listening?
Between Rulin and Torek here.
Between Rulin and Torek, I mean, you wouldn't be able to run very fast, but you could probably.
Let me cut.
I'm as strong as Titus.
Oh, with your exosuit.
You fucking forgot.
Actually.
I had forgotten he has his exoskeleton on.
It's because I never fucking use it.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's a good excuse to use it.
Yeah, right.
Good
Okay,
excuse
cool.
that doesn't involve trapping Rulin under a fallen tree.
Okay, in which case, yeah, Torek, you kind of lift those two boxes up with your fucking power loader.
Guy, that's sick.
Cool. I'll use some charges on it to Yeah, this is brilliant.
Just you carrying 2 massive crates.
Much bigger than he is. He can't see where he's going, probably, but he can lift it.
I am a 3-foot tall forklift.
Just like those Amazon robots.
Yeah. I need boots of spider climb so I can like go up the shelves.
Like Wallace and Gromit in the wrong trousers.
Yes.
Help me! Help me, Havel! I've got the wrong trousers.
Okay. So yeah,
Yeah.
Tarek, you pick those up.
Very cool. I'm just seeing how long I can give myself the strength buff. But that's basically the end of my turn.
Okay. So the got a footman who is still here is going to make some attacks against Titus now that Tarek has scarpered. So he's going to make 3 of those, and I'll roll them individually.
Fuck!
So that is going to be 1 hit.
What's his plus to
Plus-
hit?
+9.
What the fuck?
These are battle hardened troops, my dude. 2 hits. And your AC is only 17 at the minute, isn't it? That's 3 hits. Alrighty. This plus 12, and then halved. So 13 damage, Titus.
Ah, that is a curious number.
Leaves you with 5 left, doesn't it?
Yeah. This whole
So-
not being able to long rest thing is really starting to sting.
So yeah, by now, you hadn't fully recovered from your wounds the first time, so fatigue is starting to set in. A couple of blood loss from these next few niggling injuries. You just can't quite keep your guard up. This guy's clearly a good warrior. Tested in the crucible of the battle in the forest and then the siege of the city. He is kind of landing these blows pretty consistently now. So Braxton, you kind of watch as Titus takes this fairly sound beating next to you, and he's starting to falter.
Okay. Don't falter now, Titus.
It is your go, Braxton.
It is my go. Right. I've hatched an escape plan. But knowing me on Divinity Original Sin 2, my plans don't go to unintended. So.
Oh man, what again?
Right. We're in a city that's mostly cobble, but stone is not completely devoid of life. There's going to be small plants, little bits of moss, stuff in between the rocks. I assume.
Yeah, it's got its kind of gaps and stuff where nature's coming through here and there.
Fantastic. And the warehouses are this sort of way, right?
Yeah, off towards a general that way direction.
Right, so I'm going to cast the 3rd level spell that's given to me by my oath, which is called Plant Growth. I'm going to cast it centered somewhere over here.
Okay, blocking that street.
All plants in 100-foot radius centered on that point become thick and overgrown, but I can choose areas where it doesn't. So if I just sort of do an outline like that, so it's not overgrown on us and it is on them. That's basically the shape.
100 feet radius.
Yeah, so it goes way back to
my god!
That's
to the thing.
enormous.
And not only is this difficult terrain, it's twice as bad. So every 1 foot of movement through these plants is 4 foot of movement.
Right. Okay.
Oh my.
Whoa!
That's
So
That's
Titus, you
mint.
watch as this dwarf kind of goes back for this. He kind of lifts his hammer back for this finishing blow. You see like a kind of a shoot of kind of stringy thorns spike out from the cobblestone and wrap itself around his wrist, kind of stopping the axe in motion. Kind of more start to burst out around his feet, and you can see this is happening to all his companions too, as the cobbles kind of erupt with all this dormant seeds buried beneath the cobblestone.
And I'm going to start to retreat, but not too far in case Titus gets bogged down.
Okay. Cool. Well, given that is the end of that round, and it's been ended in such a way to restrain them all, I'm going to say that's given you the opportunity to break from combat. So Titus, you guys kind of use this reprieve to get some distance between you and your pursuers.
and Torek in his exosuit.
Yep. So Torek, you're kind of carrying these boxes, kind of following the voices of your companions
Nice.
as you try and peek around the side. But as you guys are running through the city, you can kind of hear, there's a bell being rung somewhere, like clearly an alarm has been raised.
Yeah. How many charges of the suit do you want me to expend? Usually, a suit charge is expended when I'm like using it under strain in combat. Like, for one action, I basically make my strength modifier my int modifier.
Well, tell you what, use it for one, and then just offload the crates to Titus, and then he
Love
can
you.
carry him.
That's why you should have made ODM gear. That's what you should have done.
Attack on Titus.
It's about the right height. Titus, actually.
Meow, 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 meow.
I just love the fact that the necessity for that would be it would imply that Titus just occasionally tries to snack on Torek.
Yeah.
Every now and then.
Okay, cool. So you guys, you've broken from combat and have put some distance between you and this kind of a market where this fight took place. But you can hear shit is going on in the city. People are going to be looking for you.
Just bolt. Let's just get out of the city.
Sewers!
Well, this
I
means
did look once.
can't leave we can't leave the horses in cart because we'll never fucking.
We'll never
Get
get away.
We need to get back to the cobblers, get the horses, the cart, and then just try and smash through the fucking gates. Hope they've not closed the gates.
Yeah.
Ooh, as we entered, did the perimeter wall have any structural damage from their invasion?
Nothing you could drive a cart through.
Dang.
Anything we could ride a horse through?
Not really. It would be very hard going, as in the tops of the walls had been shattered, but then the base was, the first few feet of the wall were intact, and the rest was just rubble.
We
But
can't.
they broke in through the gate then, presumably.
Well, yeah. As we came through the gate itself, what sort of condition was it in?
The gatehouse itself seemed to be, it was functional.
So the gate could be closed.
You don't really know for sure, but you assume so.
So when the alarm bells rang, they might have closed the gate.
Possibly.
Remember,
Don't
you're
go
in
to trust.
the kind of a dockyard area at the moment. You're quite a long way from the gates where you came in.
Well, we're making our way towards the cobblers anyway, aren't we? Or...
Yeah, you guys are kind of hurrying through the streets right now. It's obviously late, and a lot of the soldiers are, kind of in the pubs, which are fairly loud and raucous anyway.
And those guys are pretty restrained. at the moment. It's going to take a
Should
little
be-
while before they can get out.
Should we just try and fucking leg it for the cart and then just bolt it for the gate then?
Yeah, that's our best option right now. Let's give it a go.
No waiting, looking around, talking to anyone, just fucking go for it.
Just bail. Yep.
Okay, so you guys, you make it back to the cobblers, and sure enough, your cart is still there. Horses are still, ready to go. So, Titus, you kind of slump these crates back down onto the back of this wagon, and you guys kind of pile on or ride, get on your horses. So, kind of spurring these into action, you kind of turn around and make fairly good speed towards the western gate. However, as you're riding, behind you, you see a kind of red, kind of light streak up into the sky before kind of falling a little bit away and then slowly hovering and falling and burning down towards the earth. And as this kind of red flare goes up, you kind of start to hear bells ringing across the city.
Shit.
Faster, faster, faster. Who's driving the cart?
Who wants to drive the cart? Who would?
Who's still got cat's eyes?
Do I?
I don't know.
Have you lost it?
Tris hasn't lost it.
You'd get an advantage to your dex rolls to pilot it.
Right, I'll go for it then.
Okay, so
Full throttle. But
yep, Tris, you're kind of coming. You could see now the gatehouse is clearly kind of in the end of the street you're on, and you can see there's movement as the bells are clearly being heard. Roll me an animal handling, please.
Oh, Titus was looking really worse for wear, wasn't he?
He was.
I'll give him a spell of Bear's Endurance.
There's endurance.
I mean,
Okay.
do we have a potion of greater healing that you could just chug?
Just
was
get
13.
6 temporary hit points.
6 temporary hit points. Was that?
Yeah.
Okay, 6
Thank you
temporaries.
very much.
And what did that come out to, Tris?
13.
13. Okay, so you kind of, just whip the reins, trying to just, coax every ounce of speed you can out of these horses. As you're coming, though, there are a few dwarves in this town. They're going to roll perception. Tris, as you kind of come up to this gatehouse, you see, one of the dwarves, kind of does a bit of a double take and leans over the battlements. You kind of see him wildly gesticulating.
Can I Eldritch Blast him as we're going past?
Roll an attack.
Tell you what, fucking go 3. Why not? There's a 27 in there. Does that hit?
27 hits. So you kind of
2 19s as well.
so you kind of fire off a kind of a triple blast of these kind of eldritch bolts, and you kind of take the first 2 kind of take some of the stone away from a battlement. But as you kind of blow away his cover, the third one hits him in the chest, and that kind of delays the alarm a little bit. As you get within 10 feet of the 10 feet of the gate, you can't start to see this portcullis being lowered quite slowly. But you kind of grip onto these reins again and just kind of actually lean out and kick the horse. And you manage to kind of get this cart just through this portcullis. You have to kind of duck so that one of the spikes doesn't kind of clock you in the forehead as it's coming down. But you manage to get the cart out just in time as it closes. And proceed to put some distance between you and the city. A few crossbow bolts are kind of fired and some hit the wood, but none of you take any hits. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Holy moly.
Nice.
Man, that was
was
an
fun.
interesting health amount.